Testing from this one.
Yep.
Oh, she got asthma, smoke. Oh, it's terrible.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the last day of presentations for LCCMR. Today is June 28th, and we will have hearings until around 2:30. So I wanted to start with the agenda. We need to get attendance first. Would you please do the roll?
Gibson,
Here.
Gibson present. Hanson is excused. Her. Her is excused. Acom.
Present.
Acom present. Albrecht.
Present.
Albrecht present. Backer.
Backer here.
Backer present. D-Stick is excused. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber present. Green.
Here.
Green present. Heinzman.
Present.
Heinzman present. Hollins.
Present.
Hollins present. Langseth is excused. Moore. Morrison. Heichel.
I'm sorry, I think Morrison is on. We're not hearing her. We'll maybe swing back to her.
Morrison.
Swing back at the end.
Heichel.
Michael present.
Heichel present. Reese is excused. Westrom. I will go back to Morrison
Present.
present. Currently, there are 10 members present.
Thank you very much. Next is the conflict of interest. Does anybody have anything to declare for today? Okay. Hearing none. That's great. We do have one action item at the end of the hearings today, so if you could hang out until we get that done. So with that, let's start our presentations. Is Sona Sarka, am I saying that correctly?
Commissioner Peichel has it.
Oh, Commissioner Peichel, sorry,
No, it's okay.
have a
I
question.
don't have them in front of me, but the conflicts for the 3 state DNR Parks and Trails Division projects, I think 2 of those are coming up today for presentation, and I'll disappear when those come up.
Okay, so this is the Minnesota State Trails. Is that correct? And the local parks and trails?
Yes, I don't have the projects in front of me. I'm switching between tabs here.
Okay.
And so those are the project numbers.
Okay,
Material.
all right.
136.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, you should be able to get the agenda online for today's meeting if, I'm sure you can figure that out of all people. Okay, we're back to Sona Sarka. Is she on? I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Yep.
Okay, if we can get your face, that would be great.
Introduce yourself.
All right, would you please introduce yourself and you may start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. I'm Sona Psarska, and I'm a research scientist with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, presenting the proposal for determining ambient background PFAS concentrations in Minnesota soils. Contamination with per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS, is a widespread issue of concern. Many PFAS do not break down, and their ongoing release to the environment results in an ongoing reservoir of PFAS in the environment. Studies have found that PFAS are ubiquitous at low levels in virtually all environmental media, including soils. With this study, we propose to determine the ambient background PFAS concentrations in Minnesota soils. So ambient background is defined as the amount of a chemical that is ubiquitously present in the environment due to distant diffuse anthropogenic sources. So typically these concentrations occur as a result of long-range atmospheric transport and subsequent deposition. If a site is close to a local point source of pollution, the chemical concentrations found there would not be representative of ambient background. An understanding of these ambient soil conditions will help us determine which PFAS and what levels of PFAS found in soils should be expected from global and regional atmospheric deposition. As Minnesota's public and private entities incorporate PFAS sampling into their activities, more scenarios will emerge where PFAS-containing materials such as soils excavated during construction are found. This information on ambient conditions will allow Minnesota's public and private entities to make better decisions about managing PFAS-contaminated soils. Currently, there is no Minnesota-specific information for determining which concentrations constitute ambient background versus impacted by a local source of pollution, which again poses a problem for managing PFAS-contaminated soil. The Minnesota PFAS Blueprint has also identified the need to determine concentration thresholds for PFAS in waste that would warrant various requirements on transport management and disposal. So this study proposes to fill a critical data gap by identifying PFAS concentrations that can be expected to be found in Minnesota's ambient environment. The goal of this study is to measure soil concentrations in areas that are distant from known or likely PFAS sources. If funded, shallow soil samples will be collected from approximately 160 locations within the state, where atmospheric deposition is likely to represent the vast majority of PFAS loading to soil. The study will also be designed to examine if there are different patterns in soil concentrations between urban and non-urban parts of the state. This baseline soil survey will help waste managers and other entities dealing with PFAS-contaminated soil and will ultimately support Minnesota's goals to develop effective PFAS disposal strategies and best practices for managing PFAS-contaminated soil in order to protect human health and the environment. Any future guidance development, for example, on the MPCA side, will leverage the results of this study, but will be completing using resources already available to the agency. The results of the study can also inform PFAS source investigation work by providing an understanding of what constitutes ambient background conditions versus conditions that are due to a direct PFAS release. So again, thinking about ways to effectively manage PFAS in waste streams is becoming more important. Information and guidance are needed on when waste, such as PFAS-contaminated soils, from construction sites and cleanup sites can be disposed of in landfills, and when these materials might require more treatment or disposal in a hazardous waste landfill or incinerator. I appreciate the opportunity to present this proposal, and I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from commission members? Senator Green.
Thank you. And to the testifier, I've seemed to have heard this same thing before. And we've got, I don't have everything with me right now, but we've got millions upon millions of dollars going into the PFAS studies. Can you tell me if any of this is going to be duplicated? Even just the last thing we heard last night from the University of Minnesota was along these same lines. And so now you're asking for another over $500,000 here for another study. And are you making sure that none of this is duplicated? Because I don't see how we're not already looking into this with the amount of money, not just in LCCMR, but during the last session that was moved into the study of PFAS.
Ms. Sarka?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. So I can confidently say we are not going to be duplicating efforts here. This type of baseline soil survey has not been done in the state of Minnesota. And actually just very recently, I worked on with a couple of colleagues at the MPCA on a technical memo summarizing ambient background concentrations for PFAS. And what we found through that effort is that there is actually very little Minnesota-specific information, specifically for soil, that can help us determine what ambient PFAS concentrations in soil would be. So this study is critical to fill that data gap because we do not currently have that information. And none of the previous PFAS presentations that I have listened to are looking at the same thing. Thank you.
Follow up? Okay. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was similar to that. I was surprised to see that this hadn't already been done to baseline the atmospheric deposition of PFAS. And I noticed that you were going to use the EPA criteria for 40 different analytes. We heard last night at the end of our presentation list that there were thousands of potential chemicals that we were concerned about. And I'm wondering how specific those analytes are, or are we going to be detecting a whole array beyond just those 40 specific chemicals you're looking at?
Ms. Sarka?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. So yes, for this study specifically, we would be using the draft EPA method 1633, which includes 40 specific PFAS analytes. The other thing that we would potentially like to do is do a total organic fluorine analysis. Just to get an idea of the total organic fluorine for ambient background conditions. However, we will need to look into this a little bit more. My current understanding of what lab capabilities is that the reporting limits might potentially not be low enough to get down to these ambient background concentrations. But that is definitely an analysis that we would like to perform as well. Thank you.
Follow up? Okay, Representative Back.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Back.
Yep, thank you, Chair. My question is somewhat with what Senator Green, but in this study, would we be looking at the soils underneath solar panels? Because we're seeing more and more, and there are runoffs from rain and snow if we are getting forever chemicals in those type of areas, or would that not be in there? Because none of the PFAS presentations that we've heard so far touch those areas. And I think it's now that would be a good investment of our money to see if we have some side effects on that.
Ms. Sarka?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. So no, we would not be looking at areas such as areas with solar panels, mainly because we want to target sort of the true ambient background environment, which means during site selection, we really want to make sure we're picking sites that are minimally disturbed, sort of preferentially choosing state forests or minimally disturbed areas that would really just represent atmospheric deposition. Thank you.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would really encourage the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to consider such a study, because we are seeing, especially with what happened in the past session with supposedly by 2040 that we're all supposed to be carbon-free emissions. We are going to see more, and we need to invest into see if there's side effects instead of cleaning something up down the road. It's a recommendation. I would love to talk to you offline on that. So thank you very much.
I think Representative Heinzman is next.
Yeah,
Can you
thank
raise
you.
your hand?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you
My
go
question
up to
is,
the mic a little bit? It's been hard to hear people.
my question is if this, more specifically, what would this particular study empower an agency or other decision makers to do that they're not already doing? So if we look in state forests and other minimally disturbed areas to determine that ambient level of PFAS, how would that impact future decision making or potentially rulemaking?
Ms. Sarka?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. So this information will be really valuable, especially from the perspective of thinking about waste managers and landfills. There are already currently situations where solid waste landfills are very hesitant or refusing to take any soil that has PFAS detections. And it is really critical to understand the ambient background concentrations simply because PFAS are ubiquitous, and it is very likely there are always going to be PFAS detections in soils, but that might not necessarily mean that these soils are contaminated by a direct PFAS release. So they simply represent that ambient anthropogenic level. And so from that perspective, even just making sure that we can kind of effectively work with waste managers and landfills and have that understanding of actually what constitutes ambient background. So that they don't think, well, we only want to take completely clean soil, because that's not possible with the fact that PFAS are everywhere. Thank you.
Follow-up?
I do have a follow-up. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My follow-up would be, is there anything that, any data, any study that would already have maybe covered this issue, some other place in the country? And Senator Green actually was alluding to it. Is there a duplication of effort here in Minnesota? But I guess I'm wondering, is there any reason why we would believe that research like this isn't duplicative in that maybe somewhere else in the country this has happened? I just want to make sure that we're getting the very best value for the taxpayers that want to be sure that we're not, as well, lack of a better word, to use it again, continuing to be duplicative in our efforts here. If other states have already done this and determined the ambient level of PFAS in soils and state forests, has that research never been done before? I think that might be a question potentially that you could answer.
Ms. Sarka?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. So yes, similar baseline surveys have been done, for example, in Vermont, Maine, and New Hampshire. But really, we would like to get Minnesota specific data. So those are all states on the East Coast. They might have potentially different regional atmospheric deposition than, for example, us in Minnesota or the Midwest. So certainly that information is something that we can use to inform how we potentially structure this study. But the goal really is to get Minnesota specific data, just because the regional deposition might be different here.
So, and follow up again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have more questions, but I think
Okay.
I can work offline.
Okay, thank you. Senator Green, you had a question?
Representative Heinzman asked the question I was going to ask on the other states, because I believe the states that she referenced on the East Coast, at least one of them has gone back after the banning of all PFAS and actually walked back about 2,500 of them that were either not a problem or it was determined that it was not feasible to try to ban them because of the products that they're used in are life-saving products.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thanks for the presentation. I'm curious, in light of the comments by Senators Green and Heinzman and comments by Commissioners Peichel and Albrecht yesterday, if there is a PFAS working group of the federal and state agencies and the academic entities that are working on PFAS issues, and I think of agencies like the Pollution Control Agency and Minnesota Department of Health, the Environmental Protection Agencies and the various academic institutions that are proposing to work on PFAS issues, so that we can ensure that there is a strategic plan for the research that's done and then for the mitigation that's done on PFAS in the environment.
Thank you. Ms. Sarka?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. Yes, certainly we have ongoing conversations with the Department of Health and certainly the US EPA as well when it comes to PFAS related issues. I'm not aware of sort of like a nationwide PFAS working group that would kind of bring all of these entities together to discuss the ongoing PFAS research. But just through the networks that we have at different agencies, we do stay in touch that way and discuss PFAS issues.
Thanks.
Follow up?
I would just encourage the development of such a working group, whether regional or national. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? You sure? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Sarka. Appreciate the presentation. Okay, next we have investigating life history characteristics of Minnesota elk. It is in the A category, page 1, line 13. Dr. Eric Michael. You may proceed. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members of the committee. My name is Eric Mitchell. I'm with the Department of Natural Resources, the section of wildlife. Can you,
Could you, just a moment, we need to get your video up.
Does he intend to have his video?
Is your video showing?
it is, can you hear me or?
We can hear you. We just can't
Okay.
see you.
Okay, it should be showing, but there seems to be something going on with Zoom. It just says not responding. It worked
Um,
earlier when we logged on.
Staff, can you help us or?
Have you?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Pikel.
it's possible, based on what I'm seeing on my screen, that there is a manual camera slide cover enabled or something. Open your camera.
I'm not seeing that on my end. My camera should be. Let me try to unplug and plug it back in. I apologize.
Oh, okay. If our next, can we,
Maybe this one.
oh, all right. Sounds like we've solved this. Nope, now we don't have. it.
There we go. There we go.
All right, would you speak and see if we can see you at this point?
I apologize for that. Can you still hear me?
Yes. There you are. We see and hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize for that. Thank you, Chair Gibson, members of the committee. My name is Eric Mitchell. I'm with the Department of Natural Resources in the section of wildlife. I appreciate you all taking the time to hear my proposal entitled Assessing Movements and Violent Rates of Elk in Northwestern Minnesota. I've identified 3 environmental problems within this proposal. The first is estimating our population size of these elk. We are currently mandated to manage elk herds at herd-specific levels. And once the population size is above that level, we are mandated to have a hunt for that population. We currently only use aerial surveys to derive a minimum count of animals for each herd. And we have no air associated with that minimum count. So there's no air range for that population. There is increased interest in elk in the Northwest, with the Red Lake Band of the Chippewa exercising their treaty rights and harvesting elk, and the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa proposing to relocate elk. So there's additional pressures on this population as well. And finally, flying is one of the most dangerous things we do as wildlife biologists, so aerial surveys come with inherent risk. The second environmental problem that we've identified is we have a lack of understanding of basic violent rate parameters, such as survival and reproductive rates for this population. There's only been one study conducted on these elk, and that was conducted back in 2016. In that study, they only collared adult females, and they estimated resource use, movements, and home range size. Therefore, we lack the basic information on adult males, still some basic information we don't know about adult females and juveniles. And finally, there's potential for genetic concerns within this population. Minnesota has a very small elk population with less than 200 individuals in the Northwest. And anytime we have a population with so few animals, there's concern for the potential of genetic bottlenecks or low genetic diversity to occur. Addressing these problems are fairly straightforward. First, we'll use genetic material from fecal samples to uniquely identify individual elk. We'll use that information in a capture, mark, recapture framework to estimate the population size. And using that framework will first allow us to estimate error associated with the population estimate, and also does not require us to fly. Second, we will capture adult males, adult females, and juveniles and fit them with tracking collars. These tracking collars will allow us to estimate survival, movements, home range sizes, resource use. And when we have the adult females on the ground, we'll be able to assess them for pregnancy and determine pregnancy rates. And finally, we will collect hair and tissue samples from all animals at capture to assess for the potential of genetic bottlenecks. The outcomes from our research, we will develop a new method to estimate the population size of elk. This method will allow us to reassess the need to fly aerial surveys for population estimation and will allow us to estimate error with that population estimate. We'll also then have basic vital rate information such as survival, pregnancy rates, movement information, and resource use. This information will help us to better manage the small population of elk, which is important because of increased interest in these elk. This information will also serve as baseline for when elk are moved to the northeastern part of the state. And we will understand if this population of elk is at risk for any potential genetic bottlenecks, which could help inform our management and will be useful information in the relocation effort if that occurs. The benefits of this research are that this basic vital rate information will help us inform our current management of elk in Minnesota. And this again is important because of the increased interest in this population, whether that be harvesting from the population, moving animals and relocating them to the northeastern part of the state, or even from our non-consumptive users just viewing these animals. All of these groups have the potential to provide some type of economic benefit to the northwestern part of the state. So improving the management of elk is important with this increased use. And because it's already such a small population already, we need to have more basic information to better manage. So with that, thank you all, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the commission? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Senator Green.
Yes, not really in favor of this. I think that, first of all, these populations are small for a reason. And the smaller the population, the easier it should be for you to manage. With the information that we have out there now, you should have everything that you need to manage these elk without having to spend another $1 million on another study. But just for the record, for the people here, there was an attempt this year to expand these herds, and it was shut down because in northwest Minnesota, that's ag country. And these elk populations are devastating to the farmers up there. They can destroy large portions of the crop up there, and there's not enough money to pay the depredation to the farmers for the damage that the elk are doing. And so I think that $1 million for this is a little extravagant. I think that if you can't, this isn't like the mountains and your aerial studies that you're doing should be sufficient for this. We also have information, I believe, that I was listening to in committee and also talking to some of the folks up in northwest Minnesota on these elk that travel back and forth between Canada. They should already have this information or most of it. So I'm wondering there too. So my question would be, as far as your survival rates and the genetic part of it, have you not done any studies on this over the years in the past?
Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Senator. No, we have not done any survival studies. Survival rates would be very important to help us better manage this population. There is one juvenile survival study out of Canada, but they only had 15 animals collared, and they had 100% survival. So very, very small sample size for that study. Outside of that, we have not conducted any survival estimates or any survival studies.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you for this study. And I will say I am actually in support of this study, and in light of Senator Green's comments, I would suggest that collaring studies on wildlife really are the modern and relevant way to collect data on these populations that is timely, that and captures the vital rates of recruitment and mortality, cause-specific mortality, disease, habitat use, et cetera. And I really think this is important. My question on this is, how is this project tied in with the work that the Fond du Lac Band is doing related to translocation of moose closer to the Duluth area?
Thank you. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. We are working with Mike Schrag. He is on the proposal for this. And really where this ties into that effort is providing baseline information, baseline survival rates, baseline movement information. And realistically, once we have these animals collared for 2 years, they will be open to being moved over to the Northeast. So there's an opportunity to have movement information in the Northwest and then to relocate those animals and assess how their movements change in a different environment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions. First, I see that 2 collaborators are located at institutions outside the state of Minnesota, and I'm curious if that capacity is could potentially be located within the state. One at the UC Davis facility for genetic analysis, the other at St. Louis Zoo for cortisol levels. Second question is regarding the hair and tissue samples, if there will be any consideration for disease or toxicants in the environment, perhaps, that could be accumulating in these elk over time. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Commissioner. The labs that we have listed, there are very few labs across the country that are capable of performing this type of work. So we have listed initially, though those might have to go out to bid at some point in time. But in the state of Minnesota, I'm not aware of labs that are capable of doing those tests. To address your second question of the environmental toxins, we won't be with pulling hair samples and tissue samples for the genetic analyses. We won't be analyzing those samples for any environmental toxicants, but I believe there's some potential for that in other work from harvested animals, but just not in this proposal.
Follow up?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? I'm sorry. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regard to a study that I want to say was 5, maybe 6 years ago, and the topic was moose. And if I recall correctly, DNR didn't release the results of the study and cited some issues with collaring and the stress that it created for animals, but that could be wrong. It's been quite some time. And since we don't have any results or data from that particular collaring and that particular study of moose, I'm wondering if there's any concern that this project could create some of the same problems and maybe some of the same outcomes. I'm not sure that it's fair to compare moose to elk, but just wanted to confirm. And since we do have a moose expert in the room, maybe there's others that would like to chime in.
Representative Heinzman, do you want to report from Commissioner Moore or Faber on that one? Or do you want Dr. Michael to answer?
Whatever time would permit, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Moore, do you have
Yeah,
a
thank you.
response for that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you, Senator Heinzman, for the question. There have been results published from that study. They're in a report, I think it's Carstensen 2017, that illustrate the different types of mortality that were affecting the moose population during the period of that study, which was, I think, from 2011 to 2017, give or take. And the results are important and useful for science and useful for managers as well. You also alluded to the inherent risk of these types of studies for mortality on the animals, and you're correct. There is a greater than zero of risk to individual animals, but when doing population level work, having some level of mortality to gain insights on the population is absolutely critical. And there are standards in place for levels of mortality with collaring work. Typically, if one sees greater than 1 to 2% mortality within 2 weeks of capture, typically the professionals will pull the plug on the study, evaluate what might be done to mitigate that mortality level, and move forward. So a question that we may ask the investigator on this is, what are the standards that are anticipated to be in place related to capture mortality?
Does that answer your question, Representative Heinzman? And would you like the presenter to answer as well?
Thank you, Chair. That does help. And it would be also beneficial, I think, for us to know if we can expect to see similar outcomes as it may relate to elk. I didn't mean to imply at all that there's going to be the same expectations, because we are talking about a completely different species, but I was just interested in what the feeling was in the room amongst those that have been in this field, and then also the presenter. So it'd be nice to hear from the presenter as well.
Okay,
Madam
thank
Chair.
you. Dr. Mitchell, do you want to respond as well?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that question. We wouldn't anticipate the abandonment issues that we saw with moose, but again, until we get the collars on the animals, we won't know for 100%. We would use that same 1 to 2% mortality rate that Commissioner Moore mentioned within the study to evaluate as well. But from my knowledge, there hasn't been a lot of issues with abandonment in elk. So again, we want to anticipate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Mitchell, for your presentation, or maybe you're not, Doctor. Yes, you are. Thanks for your presentation. Senator Green raised the issue of the farmers in the area, and I want to follow up on that a little bit because I recognize that we have an elk work plan. The DNR has an elk work plan, as well as elk work groups that are required to meet on a regular basis. And I'm curious to know, you did mention at the beginning of your presentation that you're required by the work plan that you do take an inventory of those elk every year. And I know that it's very highly anticipated and looked forward to find out how many elk are up there, both by the farmers in the region, but also by those that are participating in the hunting lottery that we have for elk in the Northwest area. I'm curious if you or anyone of any DNR staff that might be on this Zoom call as well can comment on the current level of engagement with the elk work group, the farmers in the area, as well as the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation representative that generally is a member of that elk work group, as well as regional wildlife staff and regional director of the DNR in Region 1. Can you comment at all, Dr. Mitchell, on what the status is of the work group activity up there and how the local residents are considering the current status of elk in their region? Thanks.
Dr. Mitchell?
Thank you for that question. Yes, the working groups meet, I believe, once or twice a year. The last working group that I participated in, there seemed to be a general consensus for the need for more information. Like I said, there's a lot of lack of just basic information about how these animals move amongst the groups, how the males or the bulls are moving across the landscape, what those survival rates look like, what does predation look like, just a general interest in some of those more basic questions that we're proposing to ask. And we are in the process. We will be developing a new elk plan here in the very near future. So that'll be coming to front.
Okay, one more question, Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment referring to Commissioner Heinzman's question about marking mortality and Dr. Moore and Dr. Mitchell's responses to that. One of the distinct differences between moose cows and their offspring and elk cows and their offspring is moose can have up to 3 calves, maybe 4, one single cow. A single elk cow never has been known to have 2. So when you have a marking mortality in elk, it's a lot bigger deal, if you will, because that's the only offspring that cow has. And looking at red deer over in Asia and things like this, they've never been seen to have twins ever. So that's a big difference just in the biology of the critters. And then so to Dr. Mitchell's point, from my understanding of this and having worked with some moose cow or moose calf marking in Sweden. And I've never heard much of issues with this elk marking in their offspring, partly because I think if there had been, there would have been public outcry saying you're taking the one calf that those young have. So I haven't heard that. There could be, but it certainly hasn't been widespread knowledge. And so, but again, we never saw in Sweden with our moose calf marking the abandonment that was seen here in Minnesota, for example, not anything close to that. So again, difference within the same species in different locations. So you can't say, well, no, there won't be any calf mortality because of marking, but that's kind of built into it. So thank you.
Okay, time's up. Thank you very much, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, next we have Dr. Joseph Bump, the Voyagers Wolf Project, Phase 3. It is Category A, page 1, line 15. Dr. Bump, welcome to the LCCMR. You can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Gibson and members. I'm Joseph Bump. I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities in the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology. And I and our team are proposing support for the Voyageurs Wolf Project. It's a wolf research and outreach project that is focused on understanding wolf biology and management in northern Minnesota. A few points to what we do. Currently, we contribute the largest single source of data to the collective state wolf population monitoring efforts. We currently share data with 32 other research groups across the state and also national and international, all collaborating to maximize kind of the scientific and management impact of the project's efforts. The outreach and broader impacts programming is recognized nationally and internationally for its excellence in disseminating natural history of wolves and promoting the natural history of the Voyageurs region in northern Minnesota. A lot of widespread press, as many of you are aware, and interest from leading film companies. For example, we worked with crews to film wolf pups from the Voyageurs area as part of a broader impact effort with the project. And those pups will be featured in the new natural history series on Disney Plus that premieres 4th of July. It's called America the Beautiful. And our core activity, we've been productive in generating new science, as evidenced by dozens of publications, professional seminars, and popular presentations. I'd like to note that unlike our peers and our collaborators at other well-known wolf research projects, specifically Isle Royal wolves and moose, Yellowstone wolves, Denali wolves, Grand Teton wolves, and the Scandinavian Wolf Research Project, the Voyageurs Wolf Project is in a unique position in that it does not receive National Park Service funding, state natural resource agency funding, or federal funding from another source. So your support and the Environmental Natural Resource Trust funding for Voyageurs Wolf Project has been critical to our success, and it'll continue to be so in the next phase to help maintain the long-term data streams that we've started, to reach some new milestones and to build into new areas. We are close to, say, publishing results on wolf pup survival, which is a major knowledge gap in the ecology and management of wolf populations. And we are excited to explore some new areas in phase 3. We appreciate the question from the members in the evaluation process, specifically, how will this project collaborate with Minnesota tribal nations that monitor wolf populations? Will continue to correspond and share results as we've done so throughout the project. For example, with tribal biologists at Fond du Lac in 1854 ceded territories. We share a lot of information regarding our research techniques, the contribution to monitoring efforts, and outreach. We've reached out to Boyce Fort at Net Lake and have a standing offer to work with them in similar ways and to listen to what might be of interest to their efforts. We've also worked with tribal biologists outside of Minnesota, hosting a biologist from the Bad River Tribe in Wisconsin to share techniques and compare efforts to mitigate wolf livestock conflict specifically. And we're always open to collaborating with the tribal nations that share the landscape. And we recognize that doing so often begins with listening to what tribes are interested in regarding wolves. Support in phase 3 is really focused on the foundational and predictable thing that will drive the project forward. It's critical for our personnel and core research needs. And we are gaining skills and being able to leverage your support into additional and effective outreach. We're growing, hopefully, recognition and the donor contributions, and that'll contribute with support from LCCMR to hopefully generate a long-term project that is, we know long-term data are important for effective management, and the continued effort to generate a lot of charismatic audiovisual material to share the region, across the state and the outside world. I want to note that the phase 3 budget includes full for our technicians without relying on predominantly or significantly volunteer hours. Volunteerism within wildlife research profession is not best practice. We'd like to move away from that model and request funding to support anyone that may likely be interested in applying, not just can afford to do so. So thanks for supporting this project in the past and considering its future. I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bump. Question, Bill, Commissioner Faber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bump, I've got a question and it sort of relates to during our Minnesota legislative session, I'm sure you saw that a ban on wolf hunting had been proposed and it didn't get a lot of traction in the Senate. But one of the things that came up that I hadn't heard a lot about myself with wolves was the recent suggestion from some of the Yellowstone work that depredation removals and such out in Yellowstone have a pretty negative impact on pack structure in wolves. And I went back into the literature and so on and found out that there have been suggestions from Doug Smith and some of the researchers out there. Now, we're not comparing, apples to apples as far as pack size and things like that. But that was really interesting for me because I don't ever recall hearing any of that sort of suggested impact of removal of wolves from different means. And I'm curious if you would be able to, I understand that the wolves in Voyagers are not harvested, but they do leave the confines of the park and can be removed right by different ways for poaching and different things. They're still legal to hunt, I believe, up in Canada. But have you any suggestions, or is that something that you might be able to, what are your thoughts on that, Dr. Bump? Thank you.
Dr. Bump?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. The answer to your question is we are familiar with those studies, and we collaborate recently on a 5-part paper looking at the impacts of mortality on wolves that leave the park. And indeed, we do lose wolves for various reasons in the Voyagers region. Support for phase 3 is will allow us to continue to monitor what are the impacts when we have mortalities on pack stability and pack social structure. It is a hot area of wolf research as it relates to management, and does instability of packs exacerbate conflict, and would stability of packs minimize conflict? Answering that question requires annual monitoring because we don't lose lots of wolves. So the data that are added to the set, to be able to answer that question with some confidence, take a long time to gather. But we are definitely interested in it, and we have the methods in place to contribute to understanding.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Bum, another thing that I found really interesting, I'm sure many people in this room maybe saw it, was the fishing wolves footage that you had. Now, I have to say that I have seen footage within recent years, some years ago, from out west. I don't remember where exactly it was, where there were wolves, and they captured them on film chasing salmon, I believe, going up some streams out in Oregon, or if it was upstate Washington, somewhere there. And I just want to tell you, I think a lot of us enjoy watching it, even me as a wildlife biologist and so on, watching the wildlife cams or whatever it is up in Voyagers National Park. So I just want to say thanks for continuing that work.
Okay, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question regards what appears to be a typo or a math error in the budget under printing and publication, where the cost per article is $11,931.44 for a total of $17,383 on what looks to be 9 articles.
Dr. Bump.
Thank you, Chair. And member Lee, review that. The highest publication rates that I've experienced in my career for very notable journals are between 4 and 5 fees. So if 11K, then we have an error to correct.
A follow-up, Commissioner Peichel?
I didn't quite catch the number, but it sounded like there was acknowledgement that there was some kind of error and that will be adjusted. So I'm good.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Bump, you came in and out a little bit on that answer, so that was a problem.
Would you
All
like me to
right.
repeat?
No, I think we have it. Senator Green.
Thank you. And to the testifier, as you know, in your printout for your studies that you're going to be doing, you mentioned studying the beaver as well and the abundance of beaver in the area. During the studies, are you just going to look at what's there, or do you intend to try to increase the beaver population during the study?
Dr. Bump?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. The answer to the question is we are definitely interested in all prey items of wolves in the area, of which beaver are a major prey item. So we monitor them at the landscape level each year, flights, counting colonies, and then we can use estimates of colony size to look at populations. We are not, as part of the project, doing any treatments to increase or decrease beaver in the study area. We have areas where there are high, low, and in between, and we're able to make comparisons of how wolves are making use of that resource across that gradient. And there are areas within our study, overall study, where beavers are trapped heavily. So we are able to effects are on
Yeah.
It's okay. I think I got my answer.
Well,
anyway.
Dr. Bump, we're losing you a little bit. Maybe turn your camera off and it'll be a little smoother.
I apologize
Let's try that
for any of
method.
the
Okay, so just, do you have your answer, Senator Green?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you, Dr. Bump, for the presentation. I have a comment or two, and then I will follow with a question. My comment is related to your tribal engagement. And my suggestion is that a unilateral flow of information from your study to the affected tribes in the region is hardly collaboration or communication. And the University of Minnesota is a land grant institution sitting on tribal land, continually recognizes the fact that it's sitting on tribal land and has a burden of responsibility to serve the tribes in Minnesota. And so I would suggest much stronger form of collaboration with your project and the affected tribes in Minnesota. My second comment is many academic institutions, when studying wolves, tend to anthropomorphize wolves and put them into an endearing context with the public, which oftentimes does not give unbiased information on wolf biology, ecology, and management implications of wolves relative to other species of importance within the state of Minnesota. So I encourage you to be aware of that potential inherent bias and to do your best to provide unbiased information related to wolf impacts on the ecosystem and the management thereof. My question is this: there has been many conversations within LCCMR about supplanting funds versus supporting projects. And in this instance, if we are on the third phase of this project, it sounds like there is a long-term need for funding for this work. And this project has been relying on LCCMR for that funding. And this is something that we pay attention to because we don't think it's our responsibility to fund projects into perpetuity. So I'd ask you as a question, what are your plans to support your work absent LCCMR funding in the future?
Dr. Bump?
Madam Chair, and I appreciate the first two comments from Dr. Moore. In mind, in our goal, in answer, goal is indeed to institutionalize, if you will, this project to make it a long-term project. We have had conversations specifically with the Bell Museum, the International Wolf Center, and ongoing conversations with the Minnesota on how to partner over the long term so that if we do not receive LCCMR funding and we continue to not receive state or federal agency funding, can continue. It is currently a soft money project, and that is a challenge to its long-term continuation. It is not institutionally supported currently, but it is something that we think about constantly and are creatively trying to address through this effort with this project, through applications to the National, considering applications to the National Science Foundation, and approaching other foundations that would be interested in supporting a sustained project.
Thank you.
Follow up, Commissioner
No,
Moore?
thank you.
Okay,
No follow.
okay. Doctor, does anybody else have a question?
Time's up.
Okay, I have one quick question, and I want to compliment you. You did get $240,000 from the Minnesota Zoo Foundation. So that was significant. And you know what I'm going to say, but I want to make sure that we get credit. You get a lot of publicity. And we're thrilled to be part of this project, or at least I am. And I just want to make sure that the Environmental Trust Fund is, I know you tried, but just to make sure that your staff know that we'd like to be credited with giving some support.
Chair Gibson, noted with emphasis. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. We thank you very much, Dr. Bump. Okay, next, we have Dr. Michael Joyce. We're still in category A, page 1, line 16, the distribution and population status of weasels in Minnesota. Dr. Joyce, you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank
All
you.
right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. My name is Michael Joyce. I'm a wildlife ecologist with the Natural Resources Research Institute up in Duluth. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss this proposal on weasels. We have 3 species of weasel that are native to Minnesota: the long-tailed weasel, the short-tailed weasel, and the least weasel, aptly named because it's the smallest carnivore throughout the world. Least weasels are a species of special concern here in Minnesota. There've really only been a handful of confirmed least weasel sightings in the state in the last several decades. And that's why they're a species of special concern. The other 2 do not have any special conservation status at this time. Recent studies suggest widespread declines of weasels throughout North America over the last several decades. And this has really brought a lot of people across the country together to look more into this and identify strategies for monitoring and improving the information we have on weasels. Here in Minnesota, winter track surveys and harvest data both suggest weasel population declines. So this is really a critical time for us to learn more about our weasel populations in the state. One of the challenging things about weasels is that based on how they live, they're a rare elusive species. And so even though they are broadly distributed, both across Minnesota and across the whole continent, they're relatively rare wherever they persist. And so that makes it, like other rare elusive species, that provides some challenges for us in monitoring and tracking populations, but it also makes it more critical that we do so that they don't disappear without us watching and noticing. We currently in Minnesota monitor our weasels using a few different methods. There's a winter track survey that the DNR coordinates. There's also a postcard survey that they send out to trappers that they get information back on harvests and time spent trapping weasels. But there's limitations to both of these methods. Weasel tracks in the track survey cannot readily be identified to species, and so we don't have species distribution or species-specific population trend data from that survey. Similarly, neither method really provides any useful information on least weasels, partly because they're rare, but partly because of characteristics of those surveys. And so our main goal here with this project is to provide foundational data on weasel distribution, habitat associations, and species-specific population trends to fill these knowledge gaps. And so our project has 2 main parts. First, because of the status of least weasels, we want to do part of our project focusing specifically on them. This would be a small-scale survey focused primarily in areas that we have had recent or past detections of least weasels. We would use a method we're calling a weasel survey box. It's a trail camera within a box. There's bait lure. This is a method that has recently been developed in the Netherlands, and it has proven to be a very good method for detecting least weasels, both in Europe and across the eastern United States where it's been used. Those recent efforts have also provided some really good new information on some of the microhabitat features that you should focus on when surveying least weasels. And so we see this as a really good opportunity to supplement the work of the Minnesota Biological Survey, to bring on a new method and to change a little bit about how we do those surveys and hopefully improve what we know about least weasels. The second part of the study is to do a larger scale statewide camera survey focusing on all three species. And so we would evaluate two different survey methods, the weasel box method I just mentioned, as well as some more conventional baiting, putting bait out and putting a camera above ground out of a box. Both of these methods have shown to be accurate, cost-effective methods for detecting weasels. So, we feel like they will really do a good job of giving us the information that we seek here. We will supplement our own survey work by engaging with the public to solicit sightings. There have been a few recent projects in the southeastern United States that have shown that these sort of public occurrence records can really add a lot of important information onto what we might be able to collect ourselves in our own surveys. And more importantly, they provide a really good opportunity for us to engage with the public, to get sightings, and then to disseminate results and information back to the public. So one question is, why is this important? Why should we be doing this now? I think there's three major outcomes and impacts from this project that would benefit the citizens of Minnesota. First, the results would be of high value to weasel conservation and management in the state. Given the recent decline of weasels, knowing where they live and having these species-specific data, if for nothing else to compare to the other methods, is really important first step in figuring out what's going on with weasels or what their status is in the state. We have partnered with DNR fur bear biologist John Erb. We've also engaged with Gerda with the non-game to make sure that the data we're collecting will fill these knowledge gaps and will be useful to our wildlife managers. Looking into the future, our study will provide a good baseline that would then be able to be used to detect future changes in weasels. The methods we are looking at and the comparisons between those methods will help guide any future monitoring efforts. And we do have the potential to detect other rare elusive species that would add additional value to this project. And then finally, I just want to reiterate, I'm sorry I'm running a little long, but I just want to reiterate that this public interest and engagement in this project is a way that we can directly help the citizens of Minnesota realize the value of this funding, realize the value of this project, and help connect them further with nature. So thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I look forward to any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joyce. Questions? First one I see is Dr. Faber's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Joyce, I commend you on this. As you might know, this is probably one of my favorite projects of all the projects listed this time, partly because I have a keen interest in least weasels, especially of the three weasels. And I was going to make a suggestion, because I don't know if I have or not, about, I think one of the reasons it might be easily overlooked with the least weasels, it looks exactly the same as the short-tailed weasel, except the lack of hair, the black tip hair on the tail. And so we might have it been found. And as I'm sure you know, that the records we have are from the Hazard book on Minnesota mammals, and some of those go back about 100 years. And as I think I shared with you here some months ago, that I had gotten in my possession from a colleague with DNR Wildlife, I had gotten 4 individual specimens of least weasels. And so up in the Northwest region out of Crookston. So I know that there's least weasels in that area. So I'm hopeful that you will have that area as one of your beginning, if you will, sites for looking after these little fellows on the landscape. But having been a 25-year instructor of mammalogy as well, I think it's important we know where these species are in the landscape before some of them might be gone without us knowing that thing. So again, it was more a comment than a question. But have you decided on where you're going to work with as far as the least weasel? Because I think they're more, their distribution is more reduced than it is for the other 2 species. Can you comment on that, please?
Dr. Joyce?
Yeah, Chair Gibson, Commissioner Faber, really good questions. I appreciate the support. First, I want to say that you're absolutely right. It's one of those things with some of our engagement with trappers, we intend to talk more specifically about the species, get them hopefully interested in looking and saying, hey, oh my gosh, it's a least weasel. I need to report this. There's a lot of mystery around least weasels. And, I have a colleague, Roger Powell, who's been doing trapping for teaching up at a field station northeast of Ely. And over 30 years, 1 year they caught a least weasel. Where did it come from? How did it get there? They have no idea, but that's sort of the mystery surrounding them. In terms of sites, when you look at the historic records of least weasels, Baudette Roseau is one of the main areas that we have a lot of records of least weasels. And then Terry Wolf, I believe, is the colleague that you might be referring to.
Exactly.
The Crooks and Mentor area is another area that we appear to have more substantial population. So we are definitely going to be targeting those areas. And what we found is as you start talking about weasels, you uncover some of these anecdotes that you didn't know about that aren't in the literature that will help kind of build out our full picture of what we know about least weasels.
Follow-up?
Quick follow-up, Dr. Joyce, what about the long-tailed weasel? I mean, I don't trap myself, but I have friends doing things and I can't say I've ever seen one of those trapped or otherwise on the landscape. What's their distribution that we understand from what records we have?
Dr. Joyce?
Commissioner Faber, that's a really good question too. So they are more common in the southern part of the state. We actually, as part of another LCCMR funded study on fishers in southern Minnesota, detected quite a few of them in the southeastern part of the state. And this is again where I think some of the value of this project comes in. We're tracking some of that with the survey that they send to trappers, but it's incomplete data on all the trappers that are out there. And having a more targeted approach statewide, consistent, to help us answer that question of geographically where it is distributed, but also what are the habitat associations? They appear to vary a little bit with short-tailed weasels. So yeah, they are present. They're a species with some of the papers talking about weasel declines that have been identified as, we used to have sites where we had a lot of long-tailed weasel detections. We don't have any recent detections of them in some of those areas. So they are a species that we're especially interested in, but we're interested in all three, I guess, but thank you.
Your follow-up, Dr. Faber? Anyone? Okay.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Dr.
Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to commend the effort to continue to study our fellow mammals and fill in those knowledge gaps. I think that's really important to understand our closest relatives. It is surprising that there was no mention of tribal cooperators in this proposal, though. I'm wanting to echo Dr. Moore's comments for the last proposer, actually, recognizing that these are peer researchers and individuals with key knowledge that could be filling some of these gaps. And I don't see them acknowledged in any way, even in the following outreach that would be at the conclusion of the project. So I would like to see, and we say this every year, it seems like, I would like to see more involvement of tribes, not just knowledge sharing once complete, and at least mentioning a consideration of them as a peer researcher working alongside you. So not really a question, more of a comment on an improvement I'd like to see in these proposals generally.
Would you like to comment on that, Dr. Joyce?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Peichel. That's a really good point. I really appreciate the comment. Yeah, I think this is something that we, as a university, need to continue to get better at. At the very least, we're working on lands that are tribal ancestral lands and looking for opportunities to engage and invite and listen are really critical. And I will say that we've Mike Schrag with Fond du Lac, I've chatted with him briefly about this. It is my intention that if this proposal moves forward as we get to the research addendum phase of this selection process, to reach out and make those connections to folks throughout the state and make sure that we are inviting, we're identifying our interests, we're inviting participation, we're hearing interests and perspectives that are outside of the university that are in different tribal groups. And I think that that's really important. I appreciate you bringing that up. But yes, thank you.
Other comments, questions? Yes, Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. It's interesting to me for a couple of reasons. I love to see weasels running across the snow in the winter, but a couple of questions. One is, is there currently a bounty on weasels? Can you trap them for their fur?
Dr. Joyce?
Yeah, Commissioner Albrecht, I believe, sorry if I missed your name there. But yeah, there's not a bounty that I'm aware of. You can, as a fur trapper, sell them in the fur market. And there's a lot of trappers that enjoy engaging with wildlife that way. It's not enough money that you're going to recover your costs of doing it, but it might offset. But yeah, so there's not a bounty that I'm aware of. But there is, for trappers, an opportunity to make some money.
Right, so they can be permanent to you can trap them, but there's not per se a bounty, I guess. That was probably a
Correct.
misnomer for me. I didn't mean that necessarily. I just wanted to know, could you trap them? My nephew is a trapper, works for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And he's a beaver trapper, and he traps a lot of beavers in Cooch County. But the other thing, I just want to make a comment. A lot of people refer to Dr. Evan Hazard's book as the Bible on small mammals. And I just want to report that Dr. Hazard is alive and kicking. And he lives in assisted living in Bemidji. And I'm sure he would love to have any communication from those of you who take his book as their Bible. So thanks for commenting on that, Dr. Faber. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could respond.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Albrecht, Chair Gibson, thank you. Yeah, that's a really good point. I appreciate you bringing that up. It's such a great resource. We really need to update the level of information that he collected and put into that book. But I really appreciate that suggestion, and I will do my best to reach out to him. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Dr. Joyce, I just want to comment. I've seen 2 weasels since I've been in Minnesota, and they've both been in their winter white phase. It just seems there's many gaps when it comes to studying these animals. I'm just curious about your public, your outcome. Are you going to be sharing some of this with the public, and how would you share it?
Yeah, Chair Gibson, great question. That's one of the fun things about weasels, is that they're there and you just don't see them. You see their tracks. And for me personally, every opportunity to see a weasel, a fisher, a marten, some of these rare, elusive, charismatic species it's a really cherished occurrence when it does happen. And 2, 3, 4, however many times they kind of stick in your head. So what we generally do is do some targeted outreach focusing on, for example, Minnesota trappers. We would be reaching out to them through their organization, through talking with wildlife managers who know trappers. We like to do with the media, sort of broadcast some press releases, or even just through our PR folks here at NRI. Here's a story about it. Can we disseminate it? We do some social media. We're about ready to do this with one of our fisher projects, where Minnesota Naturalist Facebook group, Outdoor News has done a great job with us, but finding some of these sources that we can say, hey, we have the mechanism set up, here's what we're looking for, but to pair that with webinars and other events that people can tune into from their home. I've been fortunate to be invited to give a lot of talks at certain master naturalist groups, and whenever I get an invite, the answer is always yes, because it's a great way to reach the public. But we have multiple different approaches that we take to try to make sure that we're getting in touch with different groups, someone whose cat might have killed a weasel, a trapper who might be targeting them, someone who is out for a snowshoe or a cross-country ski and not really sure what they saw in the winter. We want to get in touch with all of them.
Members, any other questions? No? Thank you, Dr. Joyce. We'll move on to the next presenter. Okay, so we're at the 10 o'clock. Proposal ID is 2024-077 category BH. It is on page 8, line 99. Heidi Quinn. Title is Improving Water Efficiency Programming with Measurable Outcomes. Ms. Quinn, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Could you speak, please?
You can't hear us. Okay. No, maybe.
We're not hearing anything.
Mr. Chair, I can hear them, but they're very, very quiet, like they're behind a wall or something.
Ms. Quinn, can you turn up your sound, please?
Yeah, Yeah, like the microphone, next to the microphone. What is it?
Well done.
You should have known.
From that speaker microphone.
We just barely hear you.
They have two computers on them under.
Hmm.
Looks like they maybe have two.
Can you hear us now?
Oh, that's much better.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hansen and members of the commission for your time this morning and the opportunity to present the City of Woodbury's proposal. My name is Heidi Quinn, and this is my colleague, Kristen Seaman. We will both be presenting this morning to provide you a brief background on the City of Woodbury, touch on the challenges and goals that the city has, and then conclude with what we are doing and where we are going as it relates to the grant proposal. The City of Woodbury is a leader in water conservation and efficiency programming. And if any of the members of the commission are unfamiliar with Woodbury, it is an East Metro suburb located in Washington County, serving approximately 80,000 residents and growing. We rely wholly on groundwater for a municipal water supply and recognize the valuable connection that resource has to our surface waters. The city has experienced water resource management challenges over the years, and I'll pass it off to Kristen to elaborate on those.
Thank you, Heidi, and Chair, members of the commission. The City of Woodbury is a member of the DNR's Northeast Groundwater Management Area, which is related to the White Bear Lake water levels. Woodbury proactively monitors the Valley Creek trout stream to ensure no impact is caused from municipal pumping. And as the largest water supplier in the region, we are working towards a permanent water treatment plant as part of the 3M PFAS settlement with the state of Minnesota. In response to these challenges, the city is committed to providing safe and abundant drinking water while protecting our natural resources. Over the past 10 years, the city has created robust community-wide programming around water efficiency for our various customers. Staff completed an evaluation of our existing programming and recognized that future efforts will need to be more technical with innovative community outreach, both of which require additional resources and staff commitment to reach our water users. And I'll turn it back to Heidi to tell you about our proposal.
Thank you, Kristen.
Young lady, could you repeat your name for the record, please? I heard Kristen or Christy.
Kristen Seaman.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
Questions, members?
Oh, we have just a little bit more left, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank
Continue.
you. No problem. So as a result of that review, the city created an 8-year plan and we're committed to implementing it. This includes continuation of our existing programs, such as offering residents a discount on irrigation controllers, which has saved 110 million gallons annually since 2016, as well as the creation of new programming. Future efforts of the plan will focus on residential, commercial, and association improvements, and the 3 targeted programs in the proposal include a water softening optimization program, as well as large and small scale irrigation improvements. These programs have a focus on water quantity as well as chloride reduction, and educational outreach efforts being a large component of the overall plan. The proposal in front of you today will aid in the acceleration of implementation of this urgent work and save an additional 79 million gallons of water annually. The city has a history of creating a repeatable process for programming and sharing information with our communities, as well as presenting at local and national conferences. Some examples include that several communities have replicated the discounted irrigation controller program, and we have presented at conferences geared towards professionals in engineering and public works, such as the Minnesota Water Resources Conference, and most recently, the National AWWA Sustainable Water Management Conference. We're grateful to be considered for the Environmental Natural Resources Trust Fund grant, and we are excited to continue to be a leader in water conservation and efficiency programming. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions from members of the commission.
Thank you. Members, any questions or comments? Commissioner Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I, as a former city council member, appreciate when cities are doing what they can to limit water use. And so really appreciate the concept of this project or this proposal. And so my question is really about context. And you said that there have, I can't remember if you said it was already in established programs have saved 79 million gallons annually. Can you help me understand what percentage that is? Is that yeah, just what percentage of overall use is that savings?
Ms. Quinn?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the commission. If I understand the question correctly, you're inquiring about what our current water usage is compared to the savings of our existing programming. So we have recently completed an evaluation and found that our single family properties use approximately 19% of the city's water supply for irrigation, 45% of that being indoors. And then for commercial and association properties, 15% for indoor usage and 14% for outdoor irrigation usage. The 79 million gallons saved additionally will be as a result of implementing the 3 programs outlined in the proposal. And we have established programming such as the discounted irrigation controller, which has been running since 2016. And I'll have to pull that number just back up real quick, which has saved 110 million gallons annually since implementation of that. We also have a toilet replacement rebate program, which we have replaced 400 toilets in residences. And we did a commercial pilot on that as well, which replaced, I believe, around 300, both of those saving 13,000 gallons per toilet. And then we also run a irrigation reuse option for stormwater in our development community.
Follow up?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so thank you for that additional data. I guess maybe I didn't ask my question very clearly. So you estimate that you will save 79 million gallons with this new proposal. What percentage of your total usage is that 79 million gallons?
Ms. Quinn?
Thank you, Chair and members. Kristen, do you happen to know what that might be off the top of your
No,
head?
we don't have that data right in front of us, Chair and members. It's definitely something that the program proposal is that we'd roll it out and then expect and continue to monitor those improvements and those savings over time.
Ladies, if you could follow up with staff on that question, we'd greatly appreciate it. Other questions, members? Don't be afraid with Vice Chair Faber. I think that's all we've got, which means you did a good proposal presentation, ladies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question if I may.
Jeez. Commissioner Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize and beg your indulgence for this. I'm curious, I feel like we had, and this may be more a question for staff, did we not have a similar proposal from perhaps Alexandria Regional Water or something along the lines of a water softener rebate program, either last year or the previous year, that might be able to inform this project?
Go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair and members, Member Prykel, you are correct. We had maybe 2 years ago, ALASD, or maybe it was last year, a rebate program. And we did ask that rebate program to work with the MPCA, and we can likewise ask that this group connect with ALASD and PCA to see if there are any lessons learned from running a rebate program like this.
Follow up, Commissioner Pico?
Yes, thank you. That is helpful. And it would be good to connect them since we have funded previous work that's on similar purposes. The other piece I wanted to offer was to the Representative Akam's question, looking at Woodbury's website in 2016, they consumed approximately 4.2 million gallons per day in the winter and 12 to 15 million gallons per day in the summer.
Thank you, Commissioner Pico. Follow up?
Thank you, Chair and members. Just a follow up for the first part about what's happening in Alexandria, I believe the community was. We've reviewed that information and have looked to that as we designed our study and kind of wrote out our implementation plan. review of existing work. I think the city of Madison, Wisconsin is another community that has kind of led the charge in our region for water softening specifically. That's definitely something we've looked at and we'll continue to learn from other communities' work. I think this is kind of taking that next step of how do we implement it here and how is our community similar to other communities that can learn from that information further.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thanks for your presentation, ladies.
We want to finish today. Nice job.
Okay, we're gonna switch chairs here. Thank you, Commissioner Faber. Our next proposal is from Dr. Eric Runquist. Also a category that is page 1, line 19, assessing prairie health to inform pollinator conservation. Dr. Runquist.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Chair, members of the commission, I am Eric Runquist. I am a conservation biologist at the Minnesota Zoo, conservation scientists. And before we really get going, I'm really also excited to acknowledge the number of partners that have engaged in supporting this work, including the Department of Natural Resources, Parks and Trails, and the Ecological Water Resources Divisions, the Nature Conservancy, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, including the Minnesota, Wisconsin field offices, the Big Stone National Wildlife Refuge, the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge, Morris Wetland Management District, Dakota County Parks, Three Rivers Parks Districts, the Shakopee, Windowacket, and Sioux Community, and the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. With this proposal, we're seeking to inventory the environmental quality of prairies across Minnesota by conducting on-the-ground surveys and contaminant risk assessments. This is going to help inform partner management actions, endangered species recovery plans, and pollinator reintroduction efforts. As some background, as many of you surely know, prairies have really experienced catastrophic declines over the past century, and wildlife which depend on impact prairie ecosystems have experienced similar dramatic declines. This includes a host of pollinator species. And other grassland birds, for example. The Minnesota Zoo has been leading efforts, thanks to prior Environmental Trust Fund support, to advance conservation of 2 Minnesota endangered and federally listed butterflies, the Dakota skipper and Poweshiek skipperling. And this is through foundational managed rearing, breeding, and reintroduction efforts, but also through analyses into the risks posed in the wild to those species. We need to be able to understand the health of remnant prairies parcels across the state to inform those reintroduction efforts, i.e. we need to improve our evaluation of the suitability of candidate sites for those butterflies and develop and improve management strategies for them. We are particularly interested in the presence of non-target pesticides and invasive species. For the last 9 years, the Minnesota Zoo has actually been spearheading research into the extent of those pesticides in non-target prairie parcels. And we've found that pesticides have been occurring widely within the 3 sites that we've really been focusing on. These are designated as critical habitat for these endangered butterflies in Western Minnesota. And we've documented 10 insecticides, 3 herbicides, and 14 fungicides. We've also been conducting some foundational research on the risk posed to these species by invasive species. More there than I can go into at this time. This work is definitely helping and going to be guided in part by recovery plans that are established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for Dakota skipper and Poweshiek skipperling. And they specify the need to reestablish dozens of populations of both species in Minnesota to achieve conservation objectives and ultimately to facilitate the downlisting of these butterflies to ease regulatory burden. Here, we're proposing to inventory prairies and their habitat quality, and this is broken down into 2 activities. The first is through on-the-ground assessments to identify ecological conditions of prairies. And this will be done through a variety of metrics, narrowly through the lens of the butterflies, but really we also want to capture diversity in general. That includes the host plants of these butterflies, invasive species, prevalence, landscape context, compatible management, etc. And these are going to be developed in much more detail, these metrics, in consultations with partners as we get closer. The second is going to be expanding the screening of prairie grasses that serve as the host for these butterflies for more than 200 pesticides from just the current 3 sites that we've been looking at, now up to more than hopefully a dozen sites of remnant and restored prairies statewide through a nationally respected lab. Our work will yield information on habitat quality, and it really will have benefit towards those imperiled pollinators, but also importantly through for other prairie dependent species, including declining grassland songbirds, upland game birds like pheasants, sharp-tailed grouse, prairie chickens, and other charismatic megafauna like bison. This is also important for Minnesotans in general. Prairies provide tremendous ecological services for the state. All the data we generate will be shared with key partners to improve management. With that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Runquist. Are there questions from the commission members? Okay. I guess I have one. I'm very concerned about this pesticide analysis that you're doing. It looks like you're doing it in spring and summer. Could you cite for me the work that's been done so far on some of the extent of pesticide use?
Yes, Chair. So we actually have a paper that is in peer review publication right now in the scientific literature that describes all of this. I'm hoping to get the results back, or the paper back soon. But it just, yes, and some of those results have been described in all prior reports to the LCCMR, but generally focusing on a core set of sites that were initially selected as critical habitat for these butterflies. What we're really finding are that there are some pesticides that are kind of showing up everywhere in every single location we've kind of been looking at. And others, they're a little, maybe be spotty and variable year to year. What we really don't have a good feel for is what are conditions like in other sites. We've been looking intensively for 9 years at these handful of sites. We need to be casting a much wider net across the entirety of Minnesota to understand the real extent of those pesticides.
So as a follow-up,
yes,
are you suggesting that this is drift of pesticides, or is this actual on-site implementation of them, spraying on right there?
Chair, we believe that this is non-target movement into these prairies. Sometimes more than a mile inside the prairies, we are finding pesticides that are being applied, say, for against the invasive soybean aphid, well inside of intact prairie remnants, well beyond the distance that we would expect from natural movement. That doesn't mean that these were necessarily applied illegally. It just may mean that the drift is occurring and we need to be updating our information on the means by which and the process by which pesticides are moving into those locations.
Well, thank you. You've stimulated my looking up some of these papers from past LCCMR proposals. So thank you. Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is somewhat of a follow-up to Chair Gibson's questions, Dr. Runquist. So then more of a clarification, maybe. So the sites that were selected for the reintroduction of the Dakota skipper and the Poweshiek skipperling, were those sites then already assessed for such information? Because it sounds like you're going to be doing many more sites outside of that. Is that what the case was, Dr. Runquist?
Dr. Runquist?
Yeah, Chair and Commissioner. Yes. So the idea is that those sites that we initially selected were for the first reintroductions, pesticides and the occurrence was definitely one of those considerations. We developed a long list of criteria to help identify reintroduction locations. The extent of pesticides that we had observed through when those reintroductions began in 2017. So with at least 3 years of data there, helped narrow down the list of sites. And we expect that that will help inform future reintroduction plans. We have a reintroduction plan that's actually beginning on Friday at Glacial Lakes State Park through our current trust fund plan or program to begin a reintroduction at that new site. And those are, we certainly want to be able to create and use that pesticides information as a filter. It does not mean that a site that we find little pesticides at will necessarily be automatically chosen as one of those reintroduction sites in the future. But it will be a feature hopefully.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Up-to-date data. Nice to see the investment in our trust fund projects. So thank you very much, Dr. Runquist.
Thank you, Chair and Commission.
Okay, next we have project 193. It's in category A. It's on page 2, line 20. Dr. Alec Lackman, Understanding Native Fishes in the Bow Fishing Era. All right. Dr. Lackman, are you on board with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may
Thank you, Madam
begin.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair Gibson and Commission members for this opportunity to present. My name is Alec Lackman. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics at the University of Minnesota, Duluth. I want to talk to you this morning about an environmental problem that is coming to a head. This issue has stemmed from the rough fish paradigm, lumping a diverse set of native species with invasive species like carp and calling them all rough fish. For decades, this terminology has perpetuated a negative connotation of these native species to the public and has culminated in a serious lack of understanding of a large group of fishes in our state. This has risen to concern in the past decade because new user groups have recently and significantly expanded their interests to include this group of native fishes as targeted sport fish. For example, bow fishing, shooting fish with a bow and arrow, is a rapidly growing and extremely effective fishery in Minnesota. Single bow teams at overnight tournaments can shoot 450 fish in 6 hours. Not only is there a rise in bow fishing native species, but there are also traditional anglers and other stakeholders who are increasingly finding value in these once neglected resources. This has caused serious concern across all stakeholders because there is currently a severe lack of basic data on these fishes, generating recent bills in the Minnesota legislature in each of the last 3 years. The accentuated knowledge gap for these species has created an unmanageable position that is exacerbated by lack of funding. This has led to continued neglect of this native species array, even as these new fisheries have emerged. We need to know the basic nature of how these fishes grow and live so that sustainable fisheries are possible in the long term for all stakeholders. It could be a dangerous and costly path if we continue business as usual. So how will we solve this problem? We will use our expertise in this area to document foundational resource data for 6 native fishes in Minnesota that are now prized by these new user groups. We propose 6 species because it is a manageable first set while still covering a range of biological diversity within this group. We will study bigmouth buffalo, smallmouth buffalo, bowfin, silver red horse, long-nosed gar, and quillback. And we will document validated vital rate data for each species, key factors that contribute to population dynamics, including the growth rate, the age at maturity, the reproduction rate, the lifespan, and the mortality rate. All these parameters rely on accurate age data that is required to even begin to understand how to manage these resources sustainably. We will validate our age data using the state-of-the-art technique of bomb radiocarbon dating, and we will use the long-lived bigmouth buffalo as the background reference species. The proposed work contains 3 main outcomes. First, by providing accurate vital rate data for these species, these data will provide a defensible framework to establish sustainable fisheries. Second, by creating the scientific basis for a variety of sustainable fisheries, these data will improve recreational opportunities in Minnesota. And third, working with local stakeholders to spread this new knowledge. This work will educate community members at large that rely on utilize, or in any way cherish these prized resources. Overall, this work will foster the beginning of a new aquatic resource legacy for all Minnesotans, which will set an example nationally for the historically underappreciated species in our midst. I would like to conclude with an example. Prior to our research published in 2019, it was thought that bigmouth buffalo, seen behind me here in this painting, reached sexual maturity at 1 year old, reproduced successfully every year, were fast growing, and capable of living a decade or two. We now know that bigmouth buffalo's life pace is like a marathon. They are the longest lived freshwater teleost, a group of more than 12,000 species, with a lifespan of more than 125 years. Not only that, they may experience 50 years between successful reproductions, and numerous old growth populations in Minnesota are 80 to 90% composed of individuals hatched before the year 1940. Little did we know, bigmouth buffalo is one of the most remarkable fish species in the world. Clearly, validated vital rate data is absolutely essential to understand fishes. And with this ENRTF funding, we will document the foundational natural resource data for more species in this group. Stakeholders agree that these shared resources must be understood, and their sentiment can be summed up in one sentence. I value these species and want these resources to be around for my grandkids to enjoy. So why are they still so neglected? A new natural resource legacy is emerging, and Minnesota is poised to take the lead. Thank you for your time and consideration of this proposal, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Lackman. Are there questions? Dr. Faber?
Yeah, Dr. Lackman, you didn't mention, now this might be my shortcoming on knowledge on this, but the paddlefish, is that already a species that is not it's not considered a rough fish?
So that, thank you,
Dr.
Chairman.
Lackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members for the question. So that species has a little more complicated categorization. It actually varies across states. And in Minnesota, they're so rare that they actually have special concern status and have some limited protections and data being gathered. But basically, they're so rare in the state of Minnesota that it's they're actually already of concern.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding the equipment proposed. I think this is an amazing proposal and fantastic technology. I'm just wondering if you can characterize how common it is for labs to have a micro mill of this extremely high precision and where this will place Duluth as a potential lab of promise for future research projects.
Dr. Lackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members for the question. My answer to your question is the micromill, like an advanced micromill milling machine, is a piece of equipment that is not too common in most labs, but it is a tool that will allow extremely precise micromilling of samples, which could provide, or which would provide, a widespread use across different sciences. So there will be a lot of different uses for this, not just work from this project. So it could, yes, it could very well improve the status of research and opportunities for research here at the University of Minnesota Duluth by having such equipment. Just open up a range of possibilities to extract micro samples with high precision.
Follow up, Commissioner
I
Peichel?
would, thank you, Madam Chair. My follow-up would be, I hope that we can see other proposals in the future, if this is funded, that would leverage this expensive but incredibly precise technology.
Comment on that, Dr. Lackman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. Yes, I agree that it would be great to be able to leverage that piece of equipment even beyond the scope of this project. Because yeah, there is incredible potential with such equipment as that. It's a computer controlled micromill with such precision, widespread application across different fields.
Okay. Further questions from commission members? Okay, Thank you very much, Dr. We will go ahead and proceed with our next project. Staying in category A. It is proposal number 215. It's on page 2, line 21. Dr. Megan Kraft, you may begin your proposal.
Hi, thank you, Chair Gibson and members for the opportunity to speak today.
We're having a hard time hearing you. Can you get closer to your mic?
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Are we doing better now?
A little.
That's weird. Okay. Thank you, Chair Gibson and members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Kraft, and I'm faculty at the University of Minnesota in the Twin Cities. I'm excited to tell you about our project on white-tailed deer behavior and disease in suburban areas. White-tailed deer are an important natural resource to the state of Minnesota. For example, deer hunting in Minnesota generates up to $500 million annually. Yet we know little about basic deer biology and disease at the interface between suburban and agricultural areas. At this interface, high densities of deer can interact with high densities of humans, creating human-deer conflict, such as deer vehicle collisions, deer feeding on gardens, and disease spread. I have 2 disease examples. First, chronic wasting disease has spread to deer populations near the Twin Cities, and to manage this disease, we need to predict how CWD will spread in suburban areas. However, most of our existing knowledge of deer biology comes from studies in agricultural areas, and applying what we know of deer biology in ag areas may not be appropriate for predicting spread in suburban areas. Second, white-tailed deer can become infected and transmit SARS-CoV-2, which is the causative agent of COVID-19. However, we do not understand how deer are exposed to the virus, or how they spread the virus, or if they might spill back the virus to humans. To reduce human-deer conflict, we need foundational knowledge on deer in suburban areas. In other words, the environmental problem we are tackling is the lack of knowledge about white-tailed deer behavior and disease in suburban areas. We propose to solve this problem by collecting behavioral data on how deer are using habitats in highly human-modified landscapes. In pairing these movement data with disease data, we can begin to understand how deer behavior may be tied to disease spread at this understudied yet important interface between suburban and ag areas. We will leverage initial successes of a USDA-funded study on SARS-CoV-2 in deer. Minnesota is one of 7 states where researchers like me conduct targeted surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 in deer for USDA. We were funded to deploy GPS collars on 40 deer, share movement data with USDA, and send biological samples from deer to USDA for SARS-CoV-2 testing. We started this study last fall in partnership with the Three Rivers Park District at Elm Creek Park Reserve in the Northwest Metro, and found that 36% of hunter-harvested deer had been exposed to SARS-CoV-2. We then deployed GPS collars, resampled the deer, and stored biological samples for future testing of other diseases. My background photo shows an Elm Creek collared deer. We now seek ENRTF funding to expand this USDA study to ask additional questions relevant to the state of Minnesota that protect and enhance Minnesota's natural resource of white-tailed deer. We originally proposed to expand our study to Carver Park Reserve. However, we have been in promising conversations with natural resource managers of the Shakopee-Mdewakanton Sioux community in the Southwest Metro. Benefits of this emerging partnership include, number 1, the community has strong interests in learning about deer movement and disease on their suburban tribal lands, particularly since CWD has been detected in their county. And number 2, the community is installing a bison enclosure and has questions about how a fenced enclosure will impact deer behavior. At our proposed new site, we plan to collect movement and disease data via GPS collars, camera traps, and biological sampling. We can then pair these data with those from Elm Creek Park Reserve to produce the following outcomes. First, a description of daily and seasonal deer movements, habitat use, local densities, and group sizes in suburban areas. Second, an understanding of risk factors for diseases in deer. And third, mathematical models of deer connectivity and disease spread in deer populations. This project would specifically benefit the research needs of the Shakopee-Mdewakanton Sioux community, the public who is curious about how urban deer move, and Minnesota wildlife managers who could use this foundational knowledge to better manage both the deer population and disease. The study is timely given the rapidly changing disease landscape in Minnesota and would be at the forefront of understanding suburban deer biology and disease nationally. I'd be happy to answer any questions and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kraft. Are there, I see Commissioner Moore, you got the first question.
Thanks, Chair Gibson, and thank you, Dr. Kraft, for the presentation. I'm curious, I'm aware of the past COVID study and much of the CWD work. I'm curious if in this upcoming study, you have considered including information on some tick-borne zoonotic disease as well. You know, incidence of Lyme's is increasing across the Midwest as our deer tick populations, and that may be just a nice addition since you will have animals and serum both in hand.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members of the commission. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Kraft.
My answer to your question is thank you for bringing up the tick-borne diseases. That was going to be my third example, and I didn't have time to go into that. So well-placed question. But yes, Lyme is spreading across Minnesota, and deer are known for being long-distance dispersals of the ticks that carry Lyme disease. And so indeed, we would use this funding to test banked serum and new serum for Lyme disease in these deer. There's also Powassan virus, which is another disease of human health concern that is also spread by ticks, and deer may be a host for that virus as well. So we are very interested in some of the tick-borne diseases.
Thank you.
Follow up?
No,
Okay,
thank you.
other questions from commission members? Okay, my question is, why not urban deer? Has that been done? They seem to be, they would be exposed and be some good data for park people who see deer every day.
Yes, I think we are extremely interested in the urban deer. I guess there's not going to be like deer in the urban core per se, but what we were trying to hit is like green spaces with like a contiguous deer population in there, so we can get it like deer to deer connectivity within a green space, and then we can see how those deer are dispersing into the more rural and ag areas. We also had a challenge thinking about how to efficiently and safely collar and sample deer in the more urban core.
Yes, thank you. That's clear, but come to my yard. There were 3 this morning. So thank you. Are there other questions for Dr. Kraft? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have project proposal 247, still in category A, page 2, line 23, Dr. Axel Garcia y Garcia. Are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the Commission, for inviting me to this presentation. Actually, what we are proposing is to further study cover crops in Minnesota. As you all know, cover crops is a practice that basically is considered one of the best for sustainability in terms of crop production practices. In short, our proposal aims to promote sustainable cropping in southern Minnesota by increasing the adoption of these cover crops. So that means the problem we are trying to tackle is the loss of diversity and environmental degradation due to current practices in main crops in the state. Our solution, though, is cover cropping, but although it's a proven practice, we know for conditions in our state that it's not really very easy to have that practice in place. And the main reason is because after we harvest those main crops, there is very little window opportunity for other crops like cover crops to grow. And as a consequence, most of the time, it could happen that there is a failure, or it could happen that farmers don't see an immediate benefit of this practice. Well, there are different things into this. I've been working with cover crops since I joined the University of Minnesota. That was back in 2014. And one of the things is that we do not really look at the cover crops as a whole. We usually try to look at cover crops, as a secondary in importance. We look first at as the major crops. What we want to look here is at the cover crops first, and then the major crops. So how that will work? The very first thing we want to do is to look at things that we haven't been looking because it's pretty hard to, which is the rooting system. So we believe that just the amount of biomass that is provided by cover crops, if we add the rooting system, is considerable. As you can see here at my back in this picture, in this graph, the black bars are biomass of a cover crop just above ground biomass. But if we add the biomass of the roots, you can see the yellow bars that it really increases considerably. So if it increases considerably, it means that the benefits we are looking for cover crops might be much better. We don't know. At least we don't know much for conditions in Minnesota, right? So we propose to conduct a study that mixes two things. One is field trials across the state and modeling. Why modeling? Because it's the best technology that we can use in a short period of time to try to cover as much area as possible based on what we will do with field trials. So crop models basically are mathematical expression of the real world that will use results from research to then be calibrated and applied from several other locations where research was not conducted, and they work pretty well, actually. So our outcomes are several, but we believe we can summarize those outcomes by increasing carbon sequestration, for example, and saving money to growers. Imagine that in Minnesota, more or less, we plant between 8 to 10 million acres of corn, okay? Imagine that we save and we provide through cover crops 20 pounds of nitrogen to the system for the next crop. Those 20 pounds, if we put the numbers as for nitrogen cost today, it will result in a saving over the state of more than $140 million, okay? We don't know all the information to do this, but we already have from 6-7 years of research, some info. We don't have too much in terms of roots, and this proposal aims to do that. We believe that by focusing on this type of research, we will increase the likability of cover crops use in the state. That said, I'll be ready for some questions if you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the commission? I have one question. I'm looking at your proposal here.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
The different types of crops that you're talking about.
Right.
They are, I'm trying to find it now, but some red clover, here it is, cereal rye, red clover, winter camelina. Have these evolved? Most of these have been done before, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. But as I said previously, we have a gap in our research, and this is we don't know too much what's going on underground. That's one thing. The other is that depending on the cropping system that we are using is the performance of the cover crops. Just for example, we can interseed cover crops into corn. That's going to be one performance, which is going to differ if we plant those cover crops immediately after we harvest corn and or soybeans. Then if we use a small grain like wheat, we will have more time for those cover crops to get established in the fall, end of the summer, beginning of the fall. And as a consequence, we might have much better benefits. So we know that, and we know what happens above ground. We don't know what's going on underground. And then the third is that the three cover crops that I mentioned in our proposal are basically three cover crops that overwinter our harsh winter time. So that means we can plant those cover crops in the end of the summer, beginning of the fall, and they will hibernate over the winter and will resume growth in the spring. So by doing so, we will have benefits not only in the fall, but also during the springtime, which is when we are looking for those benefits.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this project, it reminded me of a agriculture experiment station project funded by the National Institute for Food and Agriculture at the USDA regarding climate smart crops. I'm wondering if you can discuss the role of this research in future work around climate smart farming practices and the potential for these additional practices to provide alternate income, perhaps, for farmers who are engaging in carbon sequestration through root development, soil organic carbon building, things like that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, one of the great benefits of cover cropping is precisely carbon sequestration. But let's say this is not a direct and immediate benefit. It happens over time. So the way it works is that cover crops, when they are growing, they capture CO2 from the atmosphere, right, through photosynthesis, through the photosynthesis process. So then when we terminate those cover crops and that residue is incorporated or just decomposes in the ground, so we will have a considerable amount of carbon that eventually is going to be it's going to go into the soil and it's going to be sequestered. So that's one of the best ways, to sequester carbon from the atmosphere and keep it on the ground. That's one thing. As for the benefits to producers, this is what happens. Again, the conditions we have in Minnesota are the ones that are really very difficult, for our farmers to embrace this technology. So because it's pretty cold, and it's not going to be raining all time, or we are going to have too much rain, or in the last almost 3 years, we've been under a terrible drought. So if we don't have the combination of water and good temperature, the decomposition of that residue is going to vary, right? But regardless, how much is going to vary that decomposition rate, for sure, we are going to have some nitrogen that is going to be available for the next crop. That nitrogen, as I said previously, some of that nitrogen could be used by the next corn, for example, and that turns into a benefit to producers. The numbers I did were very general, but I put that 85 cents cost for 1 pound of nitrogen. And I assume that in 2023, we are going to have 7.5 million acres of corn in the state. And also assume that we will have 20 pounds of nitrogen per acre that is going to come from the use of cover crops. And we make these numbers. So the benefits we are going to have over the state is $140 million. Now, the following, just quickly, I have seen from my research that cereal rye, for example, which is the most important crop in the state, could provide more than 55 pounds of total nitrogen per acre. From that, it means that we could have even more than 20 pounds of nitrogen available for the next crop.
Okay. Follow up, Commissioner Prykel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to offer that there are all manner of cover crops that are challenging to convince people to adopt, like hairy vetch or brassicas or whatever, for various reasons. And it'll be interesting to see what we settle on for the favored overwintering crop for this. I'm excited to see what comes of this work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Okay, on to our next proposal. That's number 278, still on category A, page 2, line 24. Lauren Lynch, genetic detection of endangered mussels in the Mississippi. All right, Miss Lynch, you there? There you are.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members for agreeing to see my presentation. I'm very happy to be here. So freshwater mussels are the most threatened group of organisms in North America. There are about 300 living species of freshwater mussels, about 70% of which are considered imperiled. Minnesota is home to 51 species of native freshwater mussels, 28 of which are endangered, threatened, or of special concern at the state level. Having a healthy and diverse population of mussels is indicative of high water quality. Mussels feed by pumping water through their bodies and filtering algae, bacteria, and other microorganisms out of the water. By doing this, they play an important role in keeping water clean, but it also makes them particularly susceptible to water pollution. The introduction of pollutants such as ammonia and nitrates are one of the leading causes of the decline of freshwater mussels. Prairie Island Indian Community, in cooperation with the U.S. Geological Survey, are interested in determining if there are federally and state endangered mussels in the Mississippi River directly adjacent to their land. Traditional sampling efforts for mussels involve locating and visually identifying individuals, which is invasive, potentially destructive, and time and resource intensive. The use of environmental DNA operates on the principle that all aquatic organisms are shedding DNA into the water column. The DNA can then simply be extracted from a small water sample and quantified. The use of environmental DNA, also known as eDNA, in the detection of threatened and endangered species is an emerging area of science. Replacing and supplementing traditional survey methods with detection of eDNA in surface water samples can more efficiently and accurately determine the presence of endangered mussels, as many species can be difficult to find on the bottoms of the rivers. Mussels continuously release DNA into the water column in the form of excretions, gametes, mucus, and shell fragments. Water samples from areas of interest are collected and filtered, and then the DNA from the water sample is extracted and run with species-specific quantitative polymerase chain reaction, also known as qPCR, assays to determine if the target organism is present and what quantity of the target gene copies are in the water sample. If funded, the goal of this work would be to develop eDNA assays for the Higgins eye, sheep nose, snuff box, mucket, and black sandshell. Additionally, we would like to optimize and employ existing eDNA assays for the spectacle case, salamander mussel, and winged maple leaf. All of the species that I just listed were recommended for study by Prairie Island Indian Community, as well as the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Minnesota. Lastly, these funds would be used to conduct a reconnaissance study to determine if the species of state and federally endangered and threatened mussels are present in Sturgeon Lake, the backwater lake of interest for this study, specifically near Buffalo Slough. There's a variable depth between 1 and 7 meters in Sturgeon Lake, providing a variety of habitats for these invertebrates. Due to the substrate composition and variable depth, this area has the potential to be a refuge for native and endangered mussel species. Results from this proposed work will benefit the Prairie Island Indian Community, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service by providing information about which state and federally endangered mussel species are present in this stretch of the Mississippi River, and how to best protect these populations by informing management decisions. Additionally, the eDNA assays created as a result of this study would be able to use in the monitoring of these imperiled species wherever they are found. This study has the potential to serve as an example of how eDNA can be used for the detection of endangered or invasive species in waterways and would place Minnesota at the forefront of mussel eDNA studies. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Lynch, when we talk about the Buffalo Slough and this eDNA testing, how big a stretch of the Mississippi? I mean, are you going to go up and down the river? Do you have a set? Is it a few hundred yards, a mile, something like that? How big an area would you be running the tests along, I guess is the way to put it?
Sure. So it's not a huge area. It would be mostly a proof of concept that these eDNA assays would be able to detect the mussels. So I would say it's about a mile, maybe 2 miles long of a stretch there by Prairie Island Indian Community. But if the assays are successful in the detection of these species, they can be applied to anywhere in the country.
Right.
Okay, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment than a question. I want to commend this project as one of the few that we've had this year that delegated the prioritization and decision-making authority on the project to the tribal community. And I'm really impressed with the way that it has been led by the community, and they are defining the targets and the mechanisms of study. And so I just want to appreciate your consideration of tribal priorities here and recognition of them as peers in developing this work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Any more comments? Well, to that end, Ms. Lynch, it says here, your project partners and collaborators. And when it gets to Prairie Island Indian Community, it says receiving funds, and the answer is no. Could you tell me how they're going to be? I know they're in the project, but are they going to be compensated?
So they have offered in-kind services in participation with this. So it's kind of the trade-off that, I do the application and get the study design all set up and come present to you guys. And they have offered their services in terms of sample collection.
Okay. Any more questions? All right, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. I just wanted to follow up regarding your question to the presenter, and I'll just share from my own experience. We've collaborated on many LCCMR projects in the past with the Grand Portage Band of Chippewa, and sometimes doing so as an in-kind contribution can help to get important work done and reduces some significant administrative burden of passing relatively small amounts of money back and forth and reporting on them. So I still think even the Prairie Island Indian Community isn't receiving funds from this, it still makes it a valuable project.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. Any other? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you.
Okay, next project. We're now in the F category, and that's project 096. It is on page 6, line 70. Rebecca Tucker, habitat improvement with public engagement. Ms. Tucker, you may begin.
Hello all. I've shown up. Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Chair, members, my name is Rebecca Tucker, Program Manager at Great River Greening. Thank you very much for the opportunity today to present the proposal for Pollinator Central 4 Habitat Improvement with Public Engagement. This is the 4th phase of the Pollinator Central grant set as presented to the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund for appropriations, the first 2 of which were initiated in fall 2021 and are currently progressing well, with the 3rd phase scheduled to come online next month. Phase 4 seeks to continue this momentum by facilitating pollinator-focused habitat establishment, pollinator population monitoring, and outdoor classroom creation and public stewardship development in and around the metro area. To do so, Great River Greening will be partnering with the University of Minnesota B-Lab, as well as 9 cities, municipalities, and school districts across 5 Minnesota counties in an effort to enhance 111 acres at 11 shovel-ready projects, engaging public volunteers and specifically community youth in that process. The environmental problem we have identified through direct input from a variety of very engaged public landowners is the need for specific pollinator habitat development in their parks, schoolyards, municipal campuses, and along trailways. This work is needed to counter the local and global reduction in bees, butterflies, and other pollinating insects that are so crucial to our natural ecosystems, agricultural production, and the overall well-being of our communities. The second problem we are addressing is how to monitor the impact that those restorations and enhancements actually have on the local pollinator populations themselves. We can count the number of plants we are planting and the number of acres we are seeding with native habitat, but this project then goes the next step to measure the bees, butterflies, and other insects that depend on these healthy environments for survival. This phase 4 work will do so in 3 ways. We will continue the timed use of pollinator categories, guided public website use of iNaturalist, and both efforts will be completed by volunteer community stewards as well as Great River Greening staff. And finally, we'll use non-lethal bumblebee capture and ID volunteer events led by the University of Minnesota B-Lab in this monitoring effort. The third program this grant will address, problem this grant will address is that many schools and community centers have directly expressed the desire for natural resource and native ecosystem education related and expertise and funding in the first rounds of the Pollinator Central program. These active projects in phases 1 and 2 have directly involved multiple schools in the on-the-ground work. We've had a fantastic set of in-classroom as well as active planting events with those students, which have had a great impact on the youth. This request for additional outdoor classroom establishment and hands-on education will be expanded in phase 4 to new partners, as well as a direct emphasis on youth engagement with our additional activity 3 in this phase. Currently, the 2 online phases of this grant series have 25 active enhancement projects with pollinator enhancement work already initiated, with another 4 projects coming online next month in phase 4. Or excuse me, in phase 3. This phase 4 will facilitate a further 111 acres on these 11 sites with 9 public landowners to engage 200 volunteers in direct field enhancement activities. The monitoring events themselves will engage 100 community scientists with both the group events and independent efforts. And we are having great response with those community established or coordination and monitoring events this year. From that effort, a final report will be generated and disseminated that will help guide future habitat enhancement. Finally, this grant will facilitate in-classroom education around native Minnesota plants, habitats, and pollinators, as well as the creation of outdoor classrooms consisting of pocket prairies and plantings that will allow the youth the opportunity to play and learn through, with, and in these natural spaces. At least 4 unique project sites will be engaged, creating at least 2 new outdoor classroom spaces and engaging at least 100 youth directly in the environmental stewardship and education. This active conservation and enhancement of degraded fields, trailside turf ridges, woodland understories, and other currently unmanaged areas into high-quality native pollinator habitat patches will help connect existing but limited habitat in Minnesota. This effort will directly involve pollinator planting events, active environmental stewardship, youth-focused outreach, and community science and education. The list of partners and communities that this collective pollinator effort has impacted is now wonderfully long, with a total potential of 40 projects and 26 different landowners with this potential addition of this phase in 2024. Pollinator Central 4, Habitat Enhancement with Public Engagement, will continue this series of native pollinator enhancement projects as funded by the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. We're excited to see this set of tangible projects potentially expand into the future. Chair and members, thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have about this proposal.
Thank you very much for your proposal. Representative Acom, I was about to call you a commissioner, but yeah, you can do both.
Okay, whatever. You can call me whatever. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the presentation and much of the work that you're doing. It sounds really great. And my question for you is, you talked about establishing some outdoor learning classrooms, and I'm just wondering how you're picking those sites for those classrooms. I think it's a really important opportunity that many youth within many of our communities are not, they don't have access to. And so just think it's an important resource and wondering how you are choosing those sites.
Ms. Tucker?
Chair, member, thank you very much for that question. I'm pretty excited about this potential. We have, as I mentioned, a number of active projects with landowners that had expressed the desire for larger projects previously. We have a couple projects that we are including in this proposal directly with larger turf conversions on educational campuses themselves. But the choice for this additional potential sites for these outdoor classrooms is currently in its beginning stages right now. We have a list of community partners that have basically added their potential desire for this kind of engagement with us directly. We have a number of schools in Minneapolis. We're working with a number of schools in St. Paul, potentially Cottage Grove as well. So the choice is still yet to be determined. And 4 schools, 2 classrooms is, not enough to actually engage all of the youth of the Minnesota itself. But I think it's going to be a great leap forward to at least make some progress on some of these sites. So we'll be working if the grant is chosen and initiated, figuring out exactly which would make sense logistically, which potential partners would be able to maintain these areas into the future. That's also a large category of wanting to be able to make sure that this effort is able to be sustained by the landowners themselves, if that answers the question.
Representative Acom, you have follow-up?
Just a brief follow-up. Thank you for that. It sounds like you are considering all the really important criteria, and I appreciate certainly the look at how sustainable or maintained it would be. And so I think that's another really important criteria. So just thank you. And while this may not be enough to serve all youth, I think to your point, it's a good step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my question was actually just addressed with Representative Acom's question and the response. The only other remaining piece I had was regarding the school involvement. I'm wondering if the schools will include middle school, junior high, high school, or if you're targeting elementary primarily. And the reason I ask is it seems that this restoration and classroom creation, these various activities could be incorporated into potential science fair projects. And I'm always interested in seeing those integrated opportunities for citizen science to actually allow students to then bring that forward to conferences and gain that experience as well. Thanks.
Ms. Tucker.
Commissioner members, that's a fantastic question. And the current efforts do actually include multiple high schools as well as 1 elementary school. I don't know that we have any middle schools on our list, but that's not necessarily a specific choice. The engagement that we've had both in classroom and with these engagement planting events, didn't know what shoulder I was pointing at, are directly with the potential to develop this further stewardship that you mentioned. So not only learning about it in the classroom, having the ability to have the hands-on input themselves, but to have that connection into the future. One specific set of elementary school to high school that we're working with between West St. Paul and Mendota Heights as an example of what we're currently doing, those elementary students would then actually progress into the same high school, potentially from one to the other. And I would love to have that as a possibility of engaging potential presentations or, like you said, science fair projects, to have that connection beyond these individual events that we facilitate, to have the schools have the independence on their own to be able to use these spaces for education efforts that they're doing independently. That's a fantastic point and something that we do hope that we're promoting with this effort.
Follow-up, Commissioner?
Not really, Madam Chair. I recognize this project was under category F too, so the environmental education piece is not required, but it's nice to see those co-benefits.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission members? I just have one. Have you seen the rusty patch bumblebee?
Thank you for that question. And yes, we have at a number of the sites, and I forget which show. There we go. We've had a number of very successful and exciting the bumblebee monitoring, both with in current phases, the Xerxes Society and the U of M Bee Lab have seen, and the community members have seen also the rusty patch on a number of these sites. And so all of that information is being directly conveyed to the rusty patch tracking organization's efforts, Bumblebee Watch, and all of what U of M is doing to kind of understand what the population is at and how that information can convey the health of other pollinators and the ecosystems overall. So they're fun. Go outside and look for bumblebees.
That's great news. I just want them in my yard. And Commissioner Favors too. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our last project for morning proposals is we're on to category G. And that is page 7, line 84. Audrey Malari, am I saying that right? Malari?
Yes,
All
you
right.
are.
Okay. Local Parks, Trails, and Natural Areas Grant Program. You may proceed.
Great. Good morning. My name is Audrey Mallory, and I'm with the Division of Parks and Trails, DNR Division of Parks and Trails. Madam Chair, members, thank you for the invitation to present additional information today. The DNR is requesting $5 million for our local and trail grant programs. These include the Local Trail Connections, the Outdoor Recreation Grant Program, which is our local park grant program, and the Natural and Scenic Area Program. And these programs are authorized under statute, Minnesota Statute 85.019. This project will help accelerate the programs by providing additional funding for approximately 18 projects, and will leverage at least $3.5 million in local match. These programs are important for communities because with increasing demands on local budgets, there is limited funding opportunities to support local parks and trails. They provide assistance for important close to home outdoor recreation opportunities and leverage local funding as match. The local communities provide the ongoing operation and maintenance costs, and these programs complement other funding for regional and state facilities and help create a network of parks and trails throughout the state of Minnesota. A few specifics about each of the grant programs. The Local Trail Connections grant program helps with the completion of local trails to safely connect where people live to desirable locations within their community, including connecting to local and regional and our state parks and trails. They provide safe off-road trail connections. The trails are maintained for a minimum of 20 years, and any acquisition that's completed is maintained permanently for trail use. This program requires a 25% cash match. The Outdoor Recreation Grant Program, our local park grant program, helps acquisition, development, and redevelopment of local outdoor recreation park facilities. And while this program does fund a variety of active and natural resource-based outdoor recreation opportunities, this funding specifically would only fund those natural resource-based recreation facilities, such as camping, picnicking, trails, fishing, and or boating activities. Many of these projects that are submitted include renovation of the recreational facilities to improve safety and accessibility and to meet new and or changing local demands. This program does require a 50% match, which can consist of cash or the value of materials, labor, and equipment use by the local community and or local donations. The Natural and Scenic Area grant program provides funding assistance for acquisition and protection of locally significant natural and scenic areas. And this program also does require a 50% match. Both the local park grant program, the outdoor recreation grant program, and natural and scenic area grant program require the communities to operate and maintain the park area into perpetuity. This creates a permanent legacy of close to home recreation areas. The demand for these programs remains very high. Your previous support has had significant impact on the percentage of applications that we've been able to fund each year. We went from funding approximately 20% of the applications submitted to averaging now just over 35% with recent environmental and natural resource fund appropriations. For this last application round that we just completed this month, we were able to recommend 36% of the applications submitted, which was 38 of the 105 applications received. So it is still very competitive. Of those 38 projects recommended for funding, the Environmental and Natural Resource Fund FY24 appropriation of just over 3.8 million helped assist with 15 of those projects, including 6 local trail connections projects and 9 local park and natural and scenic area projects. These 15 projects will be underway with construction later this year or next year, leveraging over 4.8 million in local match. We do expect the demand for these grant programs to continue to increase as nearby communities hear about successful projects in their area. These programs further the goals of the department by connecting citizens with the outdoors through park and trail facilities. They're the front line of the DNR's effort to partner with local communities in providing access to outdoor recreation opportunities. And just as a final note, one of the most rewarding parts of my job is when I go out and meet the local communities when they've completed their project. I always hear how grateful they are for the assistance and how in many cases they would not have been able to complete the project without the grant funds. Thank you for allowing me to present this additional information, and I can take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Are there questions from the commission? I have a question. Any idea how many people you serve going to these trails?
Madam Chair, members, I do not have that information. These are local trails within the communities, and you know, they're connections that are provided to key areas within the communities to provide that safe access, but we don't have any actual participant numbers.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Malari, for your presentation. I'm noting in your presentation, or the application, I should say, that you are intending to give strong priority to projects in the Metro and Southern Minnesota with this funding. Can you tell me why you've selected those areas?
Dr. Malari?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I guess I'm not positive where you're referencing within the application, and I know if it was in our application or in our work plan, I may not have addressed it when I added the new work plan from the previous work plan. That was a priority in previous legislation that we were given that direction. So we did not have that focus or would not necessarily have that focus with this funding. My apologies.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I raised the issue because I love the local parks and trails funding. And I know normally the DNR requests about 2 million. And so I'm happy that you've increased your request to 5 because it's severely underfunded. Local communities really haven't got other resources besides the local DNR Parks and Trails funding mechanism. And so I want to make sure that there's equitable distribution of these funds across our state. In particular,
I'll just make the note that the legislature gives the Met Council and Metropolitan Regional Parks and Trails substantial funding compared to Greater Minnesota Regional Parks and Trails, for example. So they get 3 million probably from the budget. And they get 1 million for competitive grants to metro cities, whereas and you might know the legacy fund is split 40-40-20. 40% to metropolitan parks, 40% to the DNR, and 20% to Greater Minnesota Regional Parks and Trails. And of course, those must be regional significant parks. So a community that wants to add a playground or a nature scape or something in their community for 50,000, they can't do that with the regional parks and trails money. But my point is that there is already a reduced number of park funding dollars going to Greater Minnesota. And so, just focusing on those metro parks is somewhat frustrating for those of us who see that the funding going into Met Parks is really quite substantial from the legislature outside of the DNR funding. And in fact, to the point where Greater Minnesota Regional Parks and Trails Commission has to fund their operations with the legacy dollars, thereby reducing the amount of money that is used for park development. And they've gone to the legislature year after year and asked for money to fund their organization, and they've always been turned down. And yet the legislature continues to fund Metro Park. So I'll just raise this as an issue of equity across our state for park funding. And I hope that these local regional parks and trails dollars will be equitably distributed across the state. And I'm okay with Met Parks getting some of them, but I do want to make sure that other small communities in Greater Minnesota also are in line for these funds. Thanks.
Would you like to comment on that, Dr. Mallory?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. And I just want to say that these are truly statewide projects, and we get applications from very small communities as well as metro communities, and we're able to reach a very good distribution. And my apologies for the confusion on the Southern Minnesota was a direction by legislature in previous years, but we do fund applications and communities, both small and large, throughout the state. So it is a great program for reaching all corners of the state.
Right. Commissioner Albrecht, a follow-up?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you for that response. I agree you do. And as I mentioned, I support this wholeheartedly. I really think this is an excellent expenditure for the Environmental Resource Trust Fund. And I know that you support smaller communities because I see them in Greater Minnesota that receive those funds from the DNR local parks and trails project. So thanks for that funding.
Director Nash, you had a question or a comment? Excuse me.
Chair Gibson, yeah, I just wanted to sort of punctuate what Ms. Mallory said, which was that condition about targeting funds to the southern part of the state was actually a condition that LCCMR had put on the funding, when in a previous year there was the line for funding was cut at a certain point, and there was a negotiated agreement between LCCMR members, and some of the money was specifically directed to northern Minnesota, and so they wanted this to be targeted directly to southern Minnesota. So I just want to make it clear that it sounds like it was accidentally carried over from a previous work plan. So when you are doing your evaluations, it sounds like you should consider that this is a statewide program. And then when you're making your final decisions, if you want to put any contingencies on, that would be the time to do it.
Okay. Other questions from commission members? I just had a quick question about when you acquire these parks and help the local communities, what if they're full of invasive species? Is there any, are there funds or guidance in order for them to get rid of them, or any requirements?
Madam Chair, members, we don't have any specific requirements for them to do an eco restoration. Most of the ones that come in under the natural and scenic area program would be most likely to have any invasive species and so forth. And we do ask them to do a restoration plan as part of closing out the project and look at how they're going to manage and maintain the site. The park grant projects in local community parks typically have less invasive species in them. They're maybe more natural turf or recreational focus.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Director Nash, do you have some directions for us?
Chair Gibson, members lunch is here. So if any members or presenters are on Zoom, we will push you into a virtual break room during our lunch break. Just be careful that you don't accidentally pop back into the main room because the main room will continue streaming live on YouTube and we don't want to have you accidentally be broadcasting yourself. And I think timing will reconvene at 12:30, but
Okay.
that's for you to decide.
No, it's for all of us to decide. Is 12:30 good for everybody?
Yes.
And okay, so enjoy your lunch. They're labeled out there with their names on them. And appreciate it. So we're recessed till 12:30.
Hey, Commissioner Albright, tell us what you really lest I remind you.
Thank you, Commissioner Favorite. Would you? I gave him the chair position.
She'll never leave and let me be. She will never leave when I'm.
No, I thought you did a good job.
I got the chair, Chair Hanson, I got the chair for about 10 minutes. And it
Yeah,
was
the
smooth.
Great power.
Wielded it.
Oh, crud.
All right. We are back from recess and we're going to continue our afternoon presentations. Our first one is from Bruce Carlson. We're in the A category, proposal 186, that's on page 1, line 18. Is he here?
I
Mr.
am.
Carlson, or maybe is it Dr.? No, Mr. Carlson.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon. You can start.
Good afternoon. Well, greetings, Chair Gibson and commission members. Sound check. You can hear me?
Yes, we
My
can.
background, my backdrop coming through good? Great. Well, my name is Bruce Carlson. Thank you for having me today, considering my proposal. I supervise the DNR's Minnesota Biological Survey, and I'm here today to talk with you about a project called Modernizing Minnesota's Native Plant Community Classification and Field Guides. The classification and field guides are a 3-volume set of books displayed on my backdrop that were published between 2001 and 2003. These guides and the underlying data and classification system are used every day throughout the state by a wide variety of users, professionals and amateurs alike. They're required reading for some college classrooms, so used by students as well. The problem we're facing is that we're trying to use field guides and underlying data and science that is now approaching 25 years old. And a lot has changed since then. It's time to update and modernize these important resources. So what's changed? Tons of new data. As one example, see the map on my backdrop. The red are new data. Black are data as of 2000, on which the 2000 era guides are based. Since then, we've added over 5,000 plots. What you see on that map is about 15,000 plots total. And we've added over 5,000 in the last 20 years or so. The new plots fill major geographic and ecological gaps that were present in the 2000s era data set. In particular, you may notice that the far south central and southwest have a lot of red, and same with the north central and northeast, a lot of red. Those areas of the state had some scattered plots at the time in the early 2000s, but since then we've covered those gaps immensely. In addition to the plot work, MBS and a lot of partners throughout the state have been using this classification to map what is over 5 million acres of plant communities in the state now. About 2/3 of that effort has happened since the year 2000. In addition, DNR Forestry, one of our major partners in this classification, has about a dozen years ago developed silvicultural and forest management interpretations that are a complement to this guide. So we have a very powerful 2-part, 3-part system in our forests in the state, where you can use traditional forest inventory, a native plant classification, and then silvicultural interpretations that bring that all together. Very, very powerful tool used by DNR foresters and other public and private foresters in the state. And recently, or in progress right now, as we speak, on a different LCCMR funded project that we're involved with, we're developing a pollination and pollinator complement to the native plant community field guides that will help us help users and ourselves better understand how these plant communities support pollinators and the pollination mechanisms and processes that happen in them. But perhaps one of the biggest things that's changed in the last 25 years is simply the number of people that use a native plant community classification in their work. I myself am about 25 years into my career, and my first day on the job at DNR was to collect a vegetation plot that ultimately fed the classification system. Back then, there wasn't a lot of us that knew what a plant community was, or it was really much a professional crowd. Fast forward to today, like I already mentioned, this thing is used from the northeast to the southwest, to the northwest, to the southeast by pros and amateurs alike. This volume of people using it is the major reason why the proposal itself. There's 4 activities, and a major part of all of those activities is a collaborative partner-based project in developing a project team and user groups scattered throughout the state that will help us lead and guide the project and weigh influence on the analysis we conduct, the data we collect in activity 3, the products we develop in activity 4, and just generally how the new classification looks, feels, and operates. This wide group of people have already given us over the last couple decades a lot of feedback and suggestions on how we can improve things. So we want to actively engage that. And that is a primary string of what we're asking for support to be able to do. A very collaborative, multi-agency, multi-partner, public-private, tribal engagement there. So how will this new classification look, feel, and operate? We propose it will be somewhat different than what we've been using now with the paper field guides. We intend to maintain still paper field guides, but we want to build new online printable products that work on computers, tablets, and smartphones with or without access to the internet. So they work in the field. You can download things, put them on those smartphones and tablets, and go out in the field with it. We will improve explicit connections to where we think these plant communities are going in the future. Our current approach with our current guides do a great job of talking about historical conditions and current era conditions. And our new system, new and improved modernized system, will add a future. You'll have history, current, and where we think these things are trending going forward. And then we will also build a public-facing online portal for quick and easy and interactive data submission and classification and data download for folks that want to. A lot of folks that use the vegetation plot data for their own uses. And that is one thing that folks have been asking for years, is this public interface where they can submit data and get data a lot faster than they do now. So a lot has changed in 25 years. But one thing that hasn't changed is that people still need and routinely use the native plant community system. And these needs will continue. We don't see anything from our seat to suggest that this will stop. We intend for the new and modernized plant community classification system and the products to be a powerful, helpful, and more accessible resource for the next 25 years, much like it has been for the past 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlson. Questions, Senator Green.
Thank you. To the testifier, looking through your outlines here, I'm just wondering, it seems like, 1.8 million seems like a lot of money if I'm looking at the right project here. And I know you're going to be developing new categories, but the technology should already be there to put this stuff into. So my question is this scalable? And if you didn't get the whole amount, would you still be able to move forward on portions of this?
Mr. Carlson.
Commission chair members, thank you for the question. I would definitely look real hard at trying to keep a project going if you were to support the project but with less money. The most likely place that I would scale it is in activity 3. That's where there's $1 million on that alone, and that's for a very intensive 2-year field effort to collect additional data. And I think that's probably where I would have to reduce things or scale it, or maybe do less partner, do as big and robust of a partner and statewide outreach effort. But I guess the short answer is yes, I could to a point anyway, I could work with a scaled down project. But most likely it would be the new data collection.
Follow up, Senator? Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you for the presentation. I have to admit, I haven't read these guides in the past, and I'm curious if there is an incorporation of either edible value of edible plants or medicinal value of plants historically used. And the reason I ask is we've seen increasing use of the environment and natural resources really since the pandemic began early in 2020. And we're seeing more and more Minnesota citizens use the outdoors and use the environment, and they may find that to be valuable information in these guides.
Commission chair members, thank you for that question. We are in this particular project, we are not adding that type of information, but where we are addressing that need in the biological surveys, we maintain a state checklist of plants, all the native plants that occur in the state, and at a plant species level, we're adding, I mentioned pollination and pollinator values, edible plants and fruits is being added as we're developing a resource more at the plant species level. And then we could take that, and plant communities are nothing but a collection of plants. And we could take them and build an edible addendum to the plant community classification that would give you some information per plant community. Hey, what are the edible plants here, or what proportion, or that sort of thing, which plants, and where can you find them in the state. But so that's a project we've been working, kind of chipping away at in another part of the program. So
Thank you.
A follow-up?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding activity 4, recognizing that over the past 20 years, without a digital version of this tool, other private market apps have filled that void. I'm wondering if there is any additional value that digitizing printable sheets will provide to the marketplace when identification apps that can replace, to some extent, these field keys for that purpose, and other citizen science reporting tools perhaps already accomplish what you're looking to do there.
Mr. Carlson.
Commission Chair, members, thank you for the question. So I think what you're referring to are like apps that help you these days identify a plant. For example, you can go out and shoot your phone at a plant and it'll tell you what it is. Okay, so this product is not that. The Native Plant Community Field Guide describes habitats or the repeatable vegetation patterns in the states, like a maple basswood forest, different types of wetlands. Those things are made up of anywhere from 10 different plant species on up to, I think, our most species rich plant community in the state is somewhere in 60, 70 species within a plant community. So you could use those apps to go out and identify the individual plants there, but those apps won't tell you what plant community it is. That's what this does. That takes all those plants that coexist together in repeatable patterns and defines them. There is no app that does that for you. Currently, if people go, there's a lot of people out there that go out and collect releves is the method we use here. It's a vegetation plot. A lot of people do use that, and they send us their plots and submit them to our database, and we enter them. And we have an online portal for data entry for our own staff, but it's not public facing. It's a little bit chunky. It's not so great, but this is trying to do something kind of similar in essence to what those online or those apps do with taking pictures of plants. It would get us closer to being able to do a similar thing with plant communities.
Follow-up, Commissioner Peichel?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Other questions from any commission members? Okay, I just have a quick one. Some of us have sat through the county biological survey, county by county. And I was always concerned about some sort of sustainable method that we could keep inputting data, considering climate change and habitat changes. And I'm assuming you're doing some of that, keeping that in mind?
Chair Gibson, thank you for the question. One thing I think this will answer your question. When we developed the system in the 2000s, did the analysis, published the books, and put everything away, put the analysis environment and put that in the file cabinet and let it go. When we build this analysis system now today, it will be a fairly different set of tools that can be used today compared to then. But what once we build this analysis environment and we create this new system, we're going to keep that analysis system live so that we can be bringing in new data as it comes in and we'll be able to kind of see how things change, kind of more on maybe not daily, but maybe annually as we get a new batch of data in after the field season. And that will give us a view on how things are changing more on an ongoing basis, and will be a good way for us to say, okay, there's a certain point here. It might not be 25 years that we wait to publish a new version. Maybe we're only, because we know the world is changing a lot more these days, maybe we need to publish something more in a decade from now or 15 years from now, but we're not going to put that analysis system away. We're going to keep that, we're going to build that in such a way that we keep it live and active. That online portal to submit data is part of that. So we can receive data from folks a lot quicker and see those changes more real time, I guess.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have staying in category A. It's project number 223, page 2, line 22, and a geologic atlas for water management. Barbara Lusardi. Have you online there?
Yes, I am, Chair Gibson. Thank you.
Thank you. You can move ahead here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing my proposal. My name is Barbara Lusardi. I'm the Associate Director of the Minnesota Geological Survey. It's been a couple of years since I last presented to this group, and some of you are familiar with our mapping program. For those of you who are not, the Geologic Atlas provides a complete package of geologic information, including maps, data, cross-sections, images, and text, which are all drafted and interpreted by geologists. This is the largest and most comprehensive mapping program in Minnesota, and we appreciate the support that the LCCMR and the legislature have provided for this ongoing program. We make maps. You wouldn't take a road trip without a map or work on the plumbing in your house without some sort of schematic. Well, our maps provide that framework, a guide, if you will, for finding and protecting the natural resources in our state, be they critical minerals, construction aggregate, or drinking water. In Minnesota, the primary application for geological mapping is currently groundwater protection. There's a clear demand for more water to meet the demands, improved quality of water to meet safety standards, and better protection of drinking water sources for now and for future generations. Our Atlas products are often the first source of information for any environmental projects. Local communities have used our products to locate new municipal water wells. These wells can cost upwards of $700,000, so it's important to get it in the right place the first time. The entire county atlas costs only about $500,000, so it's a very modest investment that can save a lot of money in the long run. As part of the 3M pollution mitigation plan in the East Metro, data from the Washington County Geologic Atlas is being used to create groundwater models so that those residents can have access to clean and safe drinking water. Geologic mapping is an essential service. We often hear that question, are you finished yet? And the simple answer is no. Interpreting the geologic framework is an ongoing process. As we acquire new data, our understanding of the geology improves. Add to that changes in technology. Our earliest digital maps can no longer even be read by the current software. In other cases, crucial atlas components now needed for groundwater protection weren't even thought of when earlier atlases were made. The science develops, priorities change. We're answering questions now that we didn't even know to ask when this program was started nearly 40 years ago. And those environmental questions will continue to change, and we need to be ready. An atlas comes in two parts. Part A is the geology completed by the Minnesota Geological Survey, and Part B, which is the groundwater, funded separately and completed by the Department of Natural Resources. You'll hear about that next. Together, parts A and B provide a complete package of information infrastructure. A status update, Part A mapping is now complete or underway in 76 counties. Within the last 6 months, we've published atlases for St. Louis, Steele, Aiken, Lake, Otter Tail, and Lockheed Paro counties, and there are several more that are nearing completion. Our recent starts include Murray, Freeborn, Traverse, Stevens, and Koochiching counties. And next year, we'll start field work in Beltrami, Martin, and Cottonwood counties. In addition to our maps, we provide a presentation of our findings to each county. We also have an Atlas user's guide with descriptions of each of our map plates, how to use them to answer questions and to respond in different situations. We offer digital access to all of our files and data, including our interactive story maps, through which you can access information directly from your browser without any special software. This proposal for just over 1.2 million is smaller than our typical request, but it'll serve as a bridge that will allow us to continue our work uninterrupted as current funding sources wind down and others begin. With that, I'd like to end by saying farewell and thank you to Corey Layfield. She and all the LCCMR staffers have done a terrific job in helping us navigate this process, and I wish her the best in her future endeavors. Thank you for your attention, and with that, I will answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Lusardi, and believe me, we share your sentiments when it comes to Corey and other staff. So, Senator Green, you have a question.
Thanks. I'm just curious, you mentioned your other sources of funding. I'd like to know what they are and how much they are. And then where did the supplemental funding come from, or did it before the Environmental Trust Fund was established?
Sardi?
Thank you, Commissioner Chair and Commissioners, Chairman Gibson, sorry. We have had support from the Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund for just about our entire history. It has been the mainstay of the funding for the County Geologic Atlas program. Only in the past decade or so, we have branched out and received funding from additional sources, including the clean water funding, and that has been increasing and more stable over the last several years. We're very grateful for that as well. The Department of Natural Resources provides us some funding that augments our ability to drill rotary sonic cores and take samples. And finally, we also supplement all of this state funding with USGS cost sharing programs. And so we're able to leverage our funding and make it go further.
Follow up? Okay, no. Other questions from commissioner members? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we're back to the A category, or we'll stay there. It's a proposal 78, page 1, line 14. Paul Putsier, I should know this. I think I'm close. DNR County Groundwater Atlas. Please correct me with your right pronunciation of your name. Are you there?
To the North Star State. They have nothing on us up there down here. My name is Paul Putsier. I'm the supervisor of the DNR County Groundwater Atlas program. So like Barb said, it's been about 3 years since we presented. That was in July of 2020. Seems like an age ago. Because the commission has already supported the completion of over 40 groundwater atlases, and you heard up almost 70 Part A atlases, I'd like to just provide a brief reminders and then some updates related to the program and our current proposal. As you recall, in 2011, the Minnesota legislature published the Minnesota Water Sustainability Framework through the University of Minnesota. And one of the first stated goals in the framework is, quote, the accelerated completion of an atlas for every county. So this is a goal that we're working hard to achieve, and funding from the LCCMR was the mechanism by which we accelerated our move towards having an atlas for every county. It was very critical. We were publishing very few atlases per year before we got the additional funding. So Barb did a nice job explaining what an atlas is, but the groundwater atlas is a little different. It provides detailed mapping of all the aquifers in the county, and in particular, the aquifer sensitivity or pollution sensitivity. The atlas is information infrastructure, and it provides really critical starting point for Minnesotans to manage this important resource. When we do our work around the state, these are the kind of questions that we get asked. Where in the county is there enough groundwater for a new industry? Which is the best aquifer for my center pivot irrigation well? What are the connections between our lakes and groundwater in this county? Do we have enough water options to meet our community's expected growth? How can we design land use policies to protect the aquifers in our county? Well, the Atlas in combination is one important tool to help answer these and many, many more questions that we're encountering. Kanabec County Commissioner Allison Anderson Holland sent me a note after our recent workshop there. She said, I appreciate the information you shared, and I'm even more grateful for the work your team did on the Kanabec Atlas. Our county engineer pointed me to the Atlas within the first month in my new role as a commissioner, when I was approached by a constituent about a concern for our drinking water. Your work enabled me to easily provide evidence-based answers and reassurances to my constituent. Thank you for taking the time to share with my colleagues about this very useful resource. And I really appreciate Commissioner Holland's feedback. So we've been doing this for a number of years and fortunately getting funding from the trust fund. So I wanted to just touch on a few ways that we've been working to improve our program through collaborations, through cost and time efficiencies, and through communications. We actively pursue opportunities to extend the trust fund dollars to other trust fund projects, organizations, and research opportunities. This is our collaboration. A good example that I think I mentioned a couple of years ago was our collaboration with the University of Minnesota's Bill Arnold. You heard from him yesterday on his study of neonicotinoids, and he was interested in their distribution in groundwater. So we worked with him, and while our crews were out sampling across the state for our program, the Atlas, we collected samples for Bill. This took place over, I think, 3 field seasons. Similar collaboration has taken place on a DNA in groundwater research project and many other ways. Another area of collaboration that has become more and more important is our groundwater database. The Atlas database of groundwater geochemistry has become large and valuable. We make our data available and collaborate with anyone who needs it. The data we generate continues to be more valuable and used long after the county atlas is complete. Cost and time efficiencies. We're always trying to find ways to do these more efficiently and at less cost, even as the outside costs are going up around us, like we all know. So we've made a lot of changes to our process to make it more efficient, more timely, less costly. Here's just a couple of the examples. Print on demand. Printing costs for the Atlas were typically in the range of $5,000 to $6,000 for each county. However, with the recent publication just this month of the Becker County Groundwater Atlas, we moved to a print on demand model. We've been working on this for a number of years. We print a limited number of copies and then turn the files over to a contractor who will provide copies to customers for a fee. Our printing costs dropped from $6,000 a county to $2,000 per county. We also improved our report template format. We invested a lot of time in an updated, more accurate, and easier to use Atlas template. This is what the authors start with for each county. This has increased our efficiency and the consistency of our work. It allows us to complete better reports quicker while reducing costs. And finally, let me just touch on communications, an area that I'm particularly focused on. We've worked hard to increase our communication at all levels so that the Atlas gets into the hands of the people who need it and they know how to use the information. Here's just a few examples. I have many more. In-person meetings. We have increased our in-person communications through workshops, presentations to resource managers, agency staff, the public. We offer to hold meetings with county boards, researchers, and other stakeholders. We just completed 4 very successful 3-hour workshops in Winona, Kennebec, Hennepin, and Cass counties. They were all well attended with very knowledgeable audiences that often included elected county commissioners. We had 4 of the county commissioners at the Winona County workshop. Stakeholder support. So after the Atlas is printed, we make every effort to support the counties and the others once it is complete. A recent example is our work with Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe related to PFAS contamination at their school in Cass County. We're assisting them to use the Cass County Groundwater Atlas and the Part A Atlas to understand groundwater conditions in the area of the contamination so that they can develop a solution. We've had a number of phone calls with them and we're happy to work with them to understand what's going on. The $3.2 million in this proposal is a lot, but it will start or complete an atlas for approximately 8 to 10 counties. With trust fund support and your support, our work will continue and we will reach our goal of an atlas for every county in the next 10 years to 15 years. Madam Chair, members, I'm happy to try to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from the commission? Is there any online? Becca? No one online? Okay, I think we've got everything. You answered everything. And
good. I took a little extra time, Commissioner Gibson, but I apologize for that.
That's no problem. You have good data.
Thank you
very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, to the D category, project number 089. It is on page 5, line 58. Dr. Robert Vanette, Minnesota Invasive Terrestrial Plants and Pest Center.
Terrific. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And members. I hope you all can hear me okay.
Yeah, you're a little light. Can you scoot a little closer to the microphone?
I'll scoot a little closer and try to speak up.
All
Is
right,
this working a
either
little
one,
better?
whatever works.
Okay, here we go. So,
Much better.
Good. Good afternoon, members. Good to see many of you again. My name is Rob Vanette, and I'm the director of the Minnesota Invasive Terrestrial Plants and Pest Center, which we call MIDPIC here at the University of Minnesota. And I'm also a research biologist with the U.S. Forest Service. I have with me today Heather Koop, the associate director for MIDPIC, and we're here to explain what MIDPIC is and why your continued support is essential to protect Minnesota's lands from invasive species like buckthorn, emerald ash borer, and oak wilt. MIDPIC was created by the legislature in 2014. And our purpose is to discover new techniques and technologies that will protect Minnesota's forests, prairies, wetlands, and agriculture from weeds, worms, insects, and diseases that are not native to Minnesota. And so that is a huge remit, as you can imagine, given the numerous invasive species that can affect any one of those ecosystems. So MIDPIC prioritizes research on those species that pose the greatest threat to the state. We use that prioritized list for our annual grant program that runs along LCCMR's RFP. In fact, your RFP asks researchers who want to work on terrestrial invasive species to apply to us. Those proposals that we receive go through 2 rounds of peer review to ensure the highest quality of science that will make a difference on the ground. MIDPIC also helps connect researchers with potential implementation partners for the planning and conduct of project work. We also put a major effort into communications to ensure that people across the state are aware of the good work that we're doing and can use project results. So MIDPIC has been hugely successful thanks to the previous support of LCCMR. To date, we have funded 52 research projects involving 96 researchers and another 52 external partners. The work has yielded exciting discoveries that are making tangible differences to invasive species management across the state. So let's just quickly consider 2 examples. So buckthorn. It's probably the most damaging and widely hated plants across the state. Our teams have shown that goats by themselves are not a silver bullet. However, we do see promise with a rust fungus that might provide potential biological control. And interestingly, you can read more about that project on the front page of the Star Tribune today. I don't know how that worked out. More immediately, our teams have shown that planting native plants to compete with buckthorn for light substantially increases the success of buckthorn management. Our teams are working with the Department of Natural Resources, the Board of Water and Soil Resources, and the Shakopee Midwakanton Sioux to implement these results more broadly. Buckthorn is also the overwintering host of soybean aphid, our second example. Soybean aphid remains the most damaging insect pest on the 7 million acres of soybean that are grown in the state, and it drives considerable insecticide use. Managing buckthorn will help reduce pressure from soybean aphids, but more directly, MIDPIC teams have developed resistant soybeans and found a parasitic wasp that can work together to prevent aphid outbreaks without the need for insecticides. Our goal is to protect the environment and provide growers with workable tools. And we thank Minnesota soybean growers for their enthusiasm for these projects. The stories that I just shared are just the tip of the iceberg. The funding that we have requested will allow us to develop more solutions to the terrestrial invasive species problems in the state through 2 more calls for proposals. If funded in full, we could support up to 15 new applied research projects and could expand the number of species that are eligible for research. In conclusion, we know that well over 300 terrestrial invasive species occur in the state and cost residents $3 billion annually. Our full request is for 0.1% of the damage that those species will cause over the next 2 years. An investment that seems highly appropriate for the scope of the problem. We're excited to expand MIPIC's important work that's benefiting the entire state. And again, we want to thank you commission members who have been involved with the many previous successes of our center. So thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Would your colleague like to comment on this? And if so, please state your name again.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Heather Coop. I'm the Associate Director for the Minnesota Invasive Terrestrial Plant Center. I support everything Rob has indicated. The work that we're doing is really coming to fruition after several years of appropriations and projects that have now begun to close out. We're really seeing some very tangible, meaningful research results that we hope will make a real difference on the landscape. So we're very proud of that work. We're very proud to be associated with the University of Minnesota and very thankful to the state of Minnesota for its support through the Environment and Natural Resource Trust Fund.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Oh, yes, Senator Green, start up.
Thank you. Because this is also a pretty good chunk of money out of what we have to work with. I'm going to ask the same question. Is this scalable?
Madam Chair and members, it always depends on what you mean by scalable. A reduction in funding is basically going to mean we're going to have substantially less research. A typical research project for about 4 years of work will cost about $350,000. That's the average. So a reduction in our funding request will slow the work that we're doing in the state. And it basically will mean we'll have to wait longer to do the work that's needed on these important invasive species.
A follow-up?
Yeah, and I understand that, but what I'm asking you is that if you can't get the full funding, would you still be able to do some of the work? I think the answer is yes. The other thing is, you mentioned that you have previous studies, and this may not necessarily be toward, this project, but you've come to some conclusions and you've made some breakthroughs. I would like to see if you would send me some of the information on that. I would like to read that.
Absolutely. Madam Chair and members, happy to share all that information. We'll send it to you directly, and we do make that all available publicly through our website as well, but happy to provide that directly.
Okay. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to hear from you again. My question is kind of the opposite of Senator Green's, and I know we'd had a discussion about the inability to add funds, but if there is an inflationary increase, where the RFP was a few months ago and would be appropriated a year from now, if it was selected. Excuse me, I'm just wondering on some of these programmatic requests where if it's $350K right now for a position, if that's $375K a year from now, just a little bit about cost increases. And I know you particularly had to wait a couple years when we had the political challenges with passing the appropriations, and any consequences of that in your programs with retaining or recruiting researchers.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair and members, thank you for the question, Representative Hansen. You've touched on a very sensitive subject to us. That lapse in funding was incredibly detrimental to the work of the center. We had some incredibly talented postdocs who were able to work on Palmer amaranth, which is an incredibly important agricultural invasive weed that you're familiar with. We lost that individual because we could not renew his contract or the grant program that he was working on. We are also seeing inflationary pressures put across the university. The cost of bringing on new students is going up. Tuition is going up across the university, and that's affecting our graduate students as well. And the cost to recruit new postdocs is also increasing. We're not immune from the pressures that all other industries, businesses across the state are feeling. So we're trying to be wise in the use of our funding, but as you say, it does create some real challenges for us. And so any support that you can provide, we're incredibly grateful for. Heather, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I would just add, as well as Rob indicated, with the increase in tuition that was recently announced at the university, that's going to have an effect on the budgets of these programs. But I would go further and charge that as well. We have developed quite a reputation as a leading research center of terrestrial invasive species in the country. And as a result of that, we've been able to attract a very high caliber of student as well as postdoctoral associate. So continued funding and allowing us to conduct this research continues to raise the profile and the attractiveness of this work for future people who are working in the field of terrestrial invasive species.
Other questions, Dr. Faber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, I'd like to hear what, since you just went through a recent round of proposals, what are give me a couple examples or three of the new terrestrial invasive pests on the landscape that maybe we haven't heard much about, but we know they're marching from the south or the north or via airplane or whatever it might be. What are we looking at?
Dr. Burnett?
So there are several, and some that you've heard a little bit about from us in the past, but perhaps some of the newer members on the commission may be unfamiliar with. So mountain pine beetle is an important insect in Western North America. If you've traveled to Colorado or any of the Rocky Mountain states, you may have seen entire forests decimated by this insect. It's native there, but it is marching our way. It's moving, it's jumped the Rocky Mountains, and it's moving through the boreal forest of Canada, headed in our direction. And of course, with all the dead and dying timber in the West, people are looking for markets for that material, and they're looking to the east, which means that material is coming our way. So we have a research project on mountain pine beetle, trying to keep it out of the state. We're excited by the work from Dr. Brian Ackerma to help protect us from that important insect. We have another one coming from the east to us. This is a disease of red pine. It's called anosum root rot. It's considered the #1 disease of pines in all of the northeastern United States. Wisconsin has it, we don't, and we do not want it. And so a team that's being led by Dr. Robert Blanchette in our plant pathology department has set up a spore trapping network to find the spores of this fungus as they're being blown into the state, in allowing the Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Forestry, to find those infestations very quickly. So we're excited about that work as well. And then there's just a whole host of different weed species that we're concerned about moving in through different pathways into the state. We've talked about Palmer amaranth in the past. We're worried about Phragmites that's invading our wetlands, and there's a whole raft of others. So we have a lot to keep us busy.
Follow. Dr. Burnett, I've been around since we started. I thought maybe you would say we don't have anything coming here, and I would be okay with that answer, but thank you for sharing.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You did touch on and answer with Dr. Faber's question, a little bit different question I was going to ask, and that is, what are the terrestrial invasive species research projects that you are doing focused on forestry, which you did touch on that because forestry adds a 18 to $20 billion to the state of Minnesota GDP every year, not to mention the importance of urban tree canopy and the devastation that we've seen with emerald ash borer. But in my neck of the woods, the larch beetle is really decimating the tamarack stands. And I'm curious about any research that you've done on that, as well as any other terrestrial species that are affecting our forest resources, which could be jumping worms or other kinds of pine beetle, jack pine beetle, or others that you mentioned. Thank you.
Dr. Burnett?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, we have a lot of work that's going on with respect to forestry in many different aspects. So we talked about the anosum root rot. We talked about mountain pine beetle. We were working extensively on emerald ash borer, both in new methods of detection and new methods of control. We're extremely excited about some biological control options that we didn't realize that exist. We've got some amazing fungi that are interacting with emerald ash borer, and this is all new to science. So this is an amazing set of discoveries. We have a team that's working in far northern Minnesota trying to protect our jack pine from a parasitic plant that's called dwarf mistletoe. There's a species of dwarf mistletoe that occurs in Manitoba. We do not have it here in Minnesota. And so the effort there was working directly with foresters and sawyers, loggers, trying to identify what would it take to develop an early detection program and a rapid response should this important invader be found in the state. So an incredible raft of publications have come from that work saying that we have a lot that we need to do as an entire state to prepare for that invasive species. I'm feeling like I'm gapping on several of other important projects. Oh, oak wilt. My colleague Heather is reminding me of all of the important work we're doing on oak wilt. This is an important disease that's spreading in central Minnesota. Morrison County is seeing a major expansion of oak wilt in the state. So we're working on diagnostic tools to identify it more quickly in the field, satellite technology to find it across landscapes, and helping many different stakeholders respond more quickly and more effectively to that disease. And I should also mention the elm restoration work as well, but I'm seeing a time's up sign, so I'll hold on that.
Other questions? I have a question. First of all, the article on the front page today was extremely timely and gave me a bit of hope that I won't be picking all those buckthorn seeds out of my yard. It's really incredibly prevalent. What I was trying to figure out, we've heard a couple projects. The one I remember is about jumping worms that did not qualify for your guidelines. If we fund that project and we get some good data on it, how does that fit into your program?
Madam Chair, so I will say that MidPIC we funded the first jumping worm project in the state. We worked with Dr. Lee Freilich and Kyung-Soo Koo in the Department of Forestry and Department of Soil Water Resources. They were launching into whether this worm will invade the state, which it clearly can, and initial methods on how to control it. That project has laid the foundation for the work of Dr. Krischik that you heard about a few days ago. It was unfortunate. We have a lot of good proposals that we received, and so this was one that just did not make the cut. And this is always the challenge when we talk about budgets. If we had a little more funding, would we have been able to fund that project? Probably so. In my opinion, that project actually does have a lot of research in it, and I think it would have been eligible and probably would have competed well in our current RFP. I shared that opinion with staff, and I also independently shared that perspective with Dr. Krischik. We're actually very excited for that project, and we fully see that integrating into the breadth and scope of work that we do.
All right, thank you. That was not meant as criticism. That was just meant as to how you integrate it into the the big picture, what we're facing here in Minnesota. So I thank you for beginning that project. So just to kind of figure out how you work over there. So I appreciate that data. And get that orange fungus over here really quick, okay?
We will do that.
We're spending a lot of money on removing buckthorn.
Yes.
Other questions from commission members? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and all that good work you do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have project number 058 in category C. And that is page 4, line 45, Dr. Alexander Free, I think, Water Science and Public Fellowships for Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alex Free, and I'm the Research and Fellowship Coordinator for Minnesota Sea Grant. Minnesota Sea Grant is a federal state partnership through the University of Minnesota and one of 34 programs across the country. Our program works to put water science to work for Minnesotans through research, outreach, education, and workforce development. We are proposing a water science fellowship program to train Minnesota's science policy workforce and advance Minnesota's water resources policy, copying Sea Grant's successful state and federal level fellowship programs. At the federal level, a similar model has been implemented for over 40 years to train hundreds of scientists to implement their expertise in the policy realm and provided technical support for federal agencies. At the state level, other state Sea Grant programs have found great success with this model, building programs that not only train fellows and support natural resources management, but are financially self-sustaining as host organizations learn the values of fellow and fund the fellows themselves. We believe it's time Minnesota had a fellowship program too. Minnesota needs scientists skilled in navigating the interface of science and policy to address modern water resource challenges, including mitigating severe weather impacts, improving water quality, and managing invasive species. To address this program will provide technical expertise to hosts and pathways to careers in science policy for Minnesotans. Hosts for science policy fellows may include Minnesota state agencies, legislative committees, tribal agencies, and nonprofit organizations. In the program, hosts will host fellows for 1 year and benefit from fellows' technical expertise. During that year, fellows will support the host effort related to water resource policy. Hosts will benefit from the skills and insights of the fellows, and the fellows will receive hands-on, real-life policy experiences that support their professional development. Some examples from potential hosts of natural resources projects that fellows could support include the co-management of aquatic resources, for example, wild rice, lake sturgeon, waterfowl with tribal nations, agricultural water quality management, and environmental restoration policy. Some examples from non-Minnesota fellowship programs, so programs that other state Sea Grant programs are running, such as Washington State, of projects that their fellowships are working on, include watershed management planning, coastal community resilience planning, and oil spill response planning. We anticipate that this program will have 3 major outcomes. The first outcome will be the expansion of the water resource science policy workforce in Minnesota. We anticipate training 4 LCCMR supported fellows in year 1 and 2 LCCMR supported fellows in year 2, and at least 2 non-LCCMR fellows in year 2. The non-LCCMR supported fellows will be supported through partnerships with hosts, a model that has proven successful in other state and fellowship programs. The second outcome will be the technical support for hosts working on water resource policy issues. We anticipate at least 4 hosts will be supported in year 1 and 4 during year 2. We believe that this is a minimum expectation, as partner-supported fellows may allow us to support additional projects. The final outcome of this project will be the establishment of an ongoing Minnesota Sea Grant Science and Policy Fellowship Program. We anticipate this program will continue beyond the initial LCCMR funding period based on the success of similar fellowship programs in other states and federally. We believe this program will become financially self-sufficient. To recap, this proposal will implement a proven model for linking fellows who are technical experts to applied policy opportunities in Minnesota. These fellows will apply expertise in areas of high need for Minnesotans' water resources, improving Minnesota's water resources for generations to come. Thank you again for the opportunity. I look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Free. Are there questions from the commission? All right, I have one. So just so I understand, you want 6 scholarships funded by LCCMR and 2 non-LCCMR scholarships. And I see here in your non-environmental trust funds, you're working through, you have a secured $21,000 from the University of Minnesota. Is that for these fellowships? It looks like you're trying to get other funding too.
Yeah, so I can clarify that a little bit. So
Okay.
these are fellowships, so they would place either current graduate students or graduated graduate students with those host organizations for a year to apply those expertise. So these would be applied experiences, not, I guess, a traditional scholarship in that circumstance. We have not secured. We do have some secured funding commitments as far as the University of Minnesota's waiving of indirect costs. But we have not secured specific host contributions to fund future fellows. But based on the success of similar programs in other states that Sea Grant programs have ran, we believe strongly and that we are capable, and this program will grow and become self-sufficient and have significant partner contributions if we're able to seed it with LCCMR funds.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Yeah.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the presenter too. I'm trying to envision what these potential hosts organizations might be. Maybe you can help give me some examples, but are they federal agencies, state agencies, nonprofits, engineering firms? I'm curious where they might be. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. So ideally, we're envisioning this as being state agencies, tribal agencies, nonprofits, potentially legislative committees, not including federal agencies or private entities for this. So, for example, we've had the environmental program at the Fond du Lac Tribal Nation provide us a letter of support, say that they would consider being a host for a fellow. It provides some specific examples of what that fellow may do. And they propose tribal co-management of aquatic natural resources as a potential item that a fellow could, or something a fellow could work on during their year of their fellowship. Similar things, you could imagine very similar placements, for example, with the Minnesota Department of DNR, if they have specific projects that they need as far as natural resources, where they need specific technical help, where someone that is freshly trained out of the university would be an asset. This would be a great opportunity for that. So that's what we envision for hosts, bringing that technical expertise where it's needed. So thank you.
Dr. Free, could you give us a little more data on your $60,000 for a stipend fellow?
Yep. So we anticipate that as a stipend. So essentially that would go directly to the fellow to support the fellow. And sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. To support the fellow during their fellowship. So that is money that would be paid directly to the fellow during the fellowship. I believe some of that, we also have money set aside for professional development to ensure the fellow during that year can pursue opportunities to develop professionally as well. But that money would be directly paid to the fellows.
Okay. Other questions from the commission? Oh, Representative Hanson.
This sounds intriguing. I'm just not quite sure if it is constitutional. And how is it constitutional?
You're asking me, Representative?
Oh, no, I'm asking the presenter.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Free.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Hanson. So I can't say I'm a legal expert in the Constitution of Minnesota, but I can say that we would be very intentional with how these fellows were hosts replaced. The hosts would be competitive, the fellowships would be competitive, and they would be within the scope of LCCMR to support natural resources, the use and sustainable use of Minnesota natural resources. I also believe it's within the scope of the competition to help develop policy or help refine and implement Minnesota policy, natural resource policy. But what I want to make clear is that these are not advocacy positions. Minnesota Sea Grant is a solely non-advocate position. So I'm not sure, because since I'm not an expert, I don't know the exact constitutional rules for this competition. I don't know if that is maybe part of your concern, but these would not be advocate type positions. These would be technical expertise to implement and/or develop policy. So thank you.
Paul?
I think about it.
Is there a reason that you didn't make it a salary instead of a stipend?
Yeah, so these are training positions, and generally the university would treat a training position as not as that this wouldn't be a staff member via the university administration's view. That this is, we view this as a position where the fellow is getting professional development opportunities. We would plan professional development trainings as part of it. And I think one way, so there are, justice implications for including benefits. So for example, if it was a salary, there would likely be benefits. So we have thought about that in the way we have budgeted for this to make sure we can be appealing to potential applicants that this is a salary level that we believe we could recruit successfully, as well as make it affordable to buy things like health insurance with this. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much. Okay, staying in the C category, project 272, it's page 4, line 55. Brian Nurbun, expanding youth and family fishing opportunities.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present on this project. So as you may be aware, fishing is a pretty big deal in Minnesota. It's pretty important to our culture, and it's also really important to our economy. It's responsible for about $4 billion annually. And it's also a way for over 1 million people to connect annually with the environment and with nature, which is a really important aspect to it. However, participation in fishing has been declining for a number of years. There's a lot of reasons for that. If you're an angler, you might have been taught by a family member in the past who showed you the ropes of how to go about going fishing. And not everybody has that family member or family friend who might be able to teach them these days. We also got challenges with an increasingly urbanizing population where it's a little bit harder to find a place to fish, especially for people that don't have a boat to be able to go out and get out in the water. Then not everybody has the fishing equipment to get out and get started. And some people view it as maybe a hindrance where they see those fancy electronics that people have, and maybe they think that maybe they can't catch fish if they don't have a lot of that same gear. So the DNR has been trying to address these issues with challenges with recruiting that next generation of anglers through our Fishing in the Neighborhood program. And we've been trying to break down those barriers to fishing in the Twin Cities. Some of the strategies we've used, including stocking fish into some smaller basins, ponds, basically in neighborhoods where there's not a nearby fishing opportunity nearby. We also enhance those basins with shore fishing structures. Sometimes that's piers, sometimes it's just simple blocks of stone on the shore where people have got a place to stand and cast and make it a little bit easier to fish. We also host programs where we have staff go out and teach kids and their families how to fish. We also partner with organizations who do those same program by providing fishing equipment for them to be able to do those programs. So that might be a local park, or it might be other nonprofits that do that type of program. However, the resources for this program are limited. Our current staffing has really limited us in the number of sites that we can manage in the Twin Cities, and it's basically been a Twin Cities program to this point. So what we're doing today is requesting additional funds to expand the program so that we can expand both the opportunities we offer within the Twin Cities and expand into greater Minnesota, so that especially in some of the urban locations in greater Minnesota, we can provide some of the same opportunities. So that means enhancing local shore fishing options. And it also means providing that programming to teach kids and their families how to fish. So a large focus of this effort will be to reach underserved populations, both in the Twin Cities and greater Minnesota. And we'll also seek to work with tribal governments to see how we might be able to assist their programs that are teaching fishing to their youth. One of the other exciting parts of this project, I feel, is that a lot of people, when they start fishing, like I said before, don't have a boat. And so they're fishing from shore. And we've certainly made some investments, certain places to put out piers to provide that opportunity for people to more easily have a place to fish. But not everybody lives close by where those piers are, and there's not always a place to put a pier close to where everybody lives. But there are a lot of other safe and legal fishing places from shore that people could utilize if they knew about them. So one of the aspects of this project is to do an inventory of those types of locations across the state, both through some partnerships, cooperation, and communication with those local governments that might own some land, as well as other public lands that are around. And then from that, we'd be able to create an inventory that's going to be on our website, map-based. People can search it. They can find places close to their home where they can go out and have a place that's safe and legal to fish, and remove that barrier of finding access for those shore-based anglers. So we feel that recruiting the next generation of anglers is going to have a lot of benefits. It's going to connect people with nature, and it's those people that are connected with nature that are going to be the ones that are going to make choices in the future about protecting it. Our youth are obviously our future voters and our future elected officials too. And then finally, getting youth out in nature has been documented to have really important mental health benefits, and that can improve all sorts of other aspects of their lives. And I think that fishing is a great way to get kids excited about being outdoors, and it's something that they can do for a lifetime once they get started. So that's all I've got for a presentation. I'm happy to take questions at this point.
Questions from commissioners? Senator Green.
Thank you. The testifier, can you tell me how much money the DNR spends today, or let's just say the last year, on getting kids out into the environment and how it's been working?
Okay, Mr. Nurbone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the question. I don't have that number directly in front of me. What I can tell you is that we have a number of staff that are doing that type of work here in the Twin Cities. We've got basically 2 staff currently that are assigned to that work. And so they're able to do, a limited number of programs, but with 2 people, it's hard to do a lot. We also have a couple staff at the central office that are more statewide based. And so they're doing some programming, but a fair amount of it's online too. They're not able to get out and do the field-based things as much, just due to, again, a lack of staffing. So the resources are somewhat limited. We're certainly putting some efforts into it because we recognize it's important, but we have a lot of other competing things to be trying to spend money on too. And so we're looking to expand the program however we can. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is more for staff. As I read the details for Category C, I'm seeing that construction and capital expenditures will not be considered as part of the environmental education programs and curricula. As noble as this is, I see a significant component of this project is construction. How would we typically handle that?
Director Nash.
Madam Chair and Member Peichel, that's a very good question. So that specification is in the RFP. So that is a decision that this commission made when approving the RFP, stating what their preferences was. So that's not a restriction that's in law per se. That's just a preference that the commission has stated that they would like to follow. So I think we would just look to you to decide how you want to handle that proposal.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a follow-up, I'd like to ask the proposer if this project could go forward without the capital expenditures and still substantially accomplish the goals proposed.
Mr. Nurbone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, we would be able to move forward. We obviously would not be able to do the sort of structural enhancement to some of these fishing locations that we have proposed. We may look to other funding sources to do that work, but we could certainly do the fish stocking, the programming, the fishing equipment purchases and things that are going to enable people to get out and learn how to fish.
Thank you. Any more questions?
No, Madam Chair, that is all. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we just provided buku funding of general fund for structures. So I would think that the agency could wrap around the programming along with those upgrades on access that we provided. So the Get Out More initiative from the governor and that the legislature funded has things like piers and docks and those types of things. So I think there could be complementary efforts that are done there.
Director Nash, did you have something to add?
Madam Chair, members, I was just gonna say that I know that we have also funded fishing pier work under a different category, which would be the methods or the you know, one of the other categories where that, so I don't know if there's an option to split the,
Was that DNR?
for DNR, correct?
Okay.
Split the proposal into. two
Did you
different
hear that?
categories.
Mr. Nurbaum?
Yes, I did, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think that Representative Hanson's comments are pretty germane to this. You know, when I wrote this proposal, it was unclear exactly how things would play out at the legislature and with the governor this year. And so, yeah, we now have a pretty good number of resources for that infrastructure component. And so that maybe not as quite as important compared to the programming funding to beef up that aspect of the proposal. And I think they would be very complementary if we could have not only the infrastructure in place, but the people to then get out and help people learn how to use it.
Any more questions from commissioners? I had a couple of questions. In the fishery interns, it talks at lead fishing clinics. I'm assuming you're gonna say use non-lead?
I think that meant to be lead fishing clinics.
Okay, well,
Yep.
it could be either, I guess. Yeah.
But yeah, we actually do
Lead
have
with lead?
non-lead fishing gear that we give a little packet to the kids that participate in those programs. They get a bobber and some non-lead sinkers and some hooks and things so that they can have that to take home and use.
Okay. And then I see in there, remove invasive vegetation and install native shoreline plants. Is that something you're gonna do with your students? Or your
So
participants?
that's one of the aspects of sometimes the enhancement of these shore fishing areas. Sometimes they're pretty degraded. And by doing some shoreline enhancements, we can improve the quality of the habitat. And there's also obviously some lessons that can be learned about the importance of aquatic habitat for some of the partners that might be involved, whether that's, you know, school groups or scout groups or other things that might be able to be enlisted to help with some of that work.
Yeah, that's good.
And then some signage that helps the people to see and learn about that as they visit those sites too.
And my last question is, how many people do you expect to reach?
That's a good question. I think we're hoping to, if we added 2 different additional staff, I think we could very easily do 30 to 40 additional clinics a year. And the size of those clinics can vary depending on the number of people that sign up. Sometimes that's 10 people, sometimes that's 30 or more. So I think it's definitely going to be in the hundreds that our staff will be able to reach. But then there's also the partners that we work with to provide equipment to, who are putting on their own programs. And so they're putting on their own, you know, dozens of programs for kids as well. So that expands our reach further. And then obviously the number of people that are using these sites that we enhance or provide access to, it's hard for me to count. We've done some creel surveys on some of our fishing in the neighborhood ponds here in the Twin Cities, where we've been able to document that there's usually 4 or 5, 6 people fishing on that fishing pier every day for probably, you know, a total of, 8 to 12 hours each a day, people, maybe it's not the same people, but there's somebody out there pretty much all day long. So there's a lot of use when you provide the opportunity.
Okay. Seeing no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks again for the opportunity.
We're on to the G category, and it is proposal 136. It's on page 7 and that line 90. Kent Scar from the Minnesota State Trails Development. Are you with us? Scar, you online here?
Madam Chair, I am. Video won't start at the moment.
All right, see if you can get that
There we
settled.
go. Perfect.
Right, there
Thank
you
you.
are. Welcome, you may begin.
Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Of course, my name is Ken Score. I am the Senior Facility Project Manager for the Department of Natural Resources Parks and Trails Division, where I'm responsible for managing the State Trails Development Program statewide. And I want to thank you, certainly on behalf of both the department and the Division of Parks and Trails, for the opportunity to appear before you today to provide you further information on our specific request, which is Minnesota State Trails Development. But I also want to begin by thanking the Commission for your past support and acknowledging that with that support, as the current projects are completed, your support will have provided the rehabilitation of over 30 miles of existing state trails, the construction of an additional 14 miles of new state trail, the construction of 2 trail tunnels under existing roadways, the replacement of 20 existing state trail bridges, the rehabilitation of 5 bridges, and the engineering necessary for the completion in the future of 4 additional bridge replacements and an additional 8 miles of state trail rehabilitation, all coming in the next 2 years. So thank you very much. Our current proposal is a request for $5.1 million for state trails development and continues to provide the support of the improvement and expansion of the existing system, providing for both the rehabilitation and enhancement of the existing state trails, the rehabilitation or replacement again of state trail bridges, and the construction of new critical connections. Each of the trail projects continues to provide that safe and expanded use of the trails themselves, while also protecting the natural communities and cultural resources that exist along our state trail corridors. At the same time, it is also intended to minimize those effects that are unavoidable and to protect wildlife passage, public water improvements, etc. Specifically, our project proposal includes 17 individual projects on 12 separate state trails. That includes the rehabilitation of about 2 miles of existing trail on 4 separate trails, including the Gitchigami, Root River, Minnesota Valley, and Browns Creek. The replacement of a total of 10 bridges with culverts, and the development of about a 2 mile or a 0.2 mile segment of new trail in the city of Crosby as a critical connection, the upgrading of a new or an existing trailhead on the Gitchigami State Trail in Lutzen, and the development of construction plans and specifications for extension of the Gateway State Trail into William O'Brien State Park. Each of the projects have been prioritized both by the division and the department, as well as users, defining both user safety and, again, the critical new connections. The trail renewal projects are specifically to address both user safety and, again, the continued use of these existing trail corridors. As proposed, the trail renewal projects really will be limited to replacement of the damaged bituminous trail, landscape restoration and stabilization, and large culvert repairs with ADA improvements where required. The bridge projects, all are reflecting bridges that have inspected conditions of poor to fair, and will again be replaced with culverts. The new trail project is in the city of Crosby, and it reflects an extension based on change in condition along the roadway itself. There's a section of on-road state trail that would be eliminated and creating a formal intersection with the county highway. The Gateway State Trail project, which is new as a design only, would be an extension of a project that the commission funded with the city of Scandia last session. This would continue that into the state park, again, proposed only as engineering and design only, not construction at this point. And the questions like the Gateway, or the approach like the Gateway of design and engineering only, is really to address challenges that we're having today with some of these projects. One, really just executing some of these more complex projects in the relatively short time that the funding is available. Some admittedly addressing new and expanded endangered and threatened species regulations, seasonality that provides for avoidance and mitigation is more challenging than it's been in the past. And admittedly, right now it is a lack of both design firms and contractors, with some limited materials procurement issues still remaining. But the individual projects, I will give you a little more detail if the time exists. The state trail, the bridge projects, again, would all be culverts, stepping back from our rehabilitation of existing bridges and beginning to look at these smaller structures. That the most significant piece of addressing them is it will remove 10 bridges from our inventory system. It takes away all maintenance, all responsibility for bridges. These become culverts, and they were small little structures to begin with. The River State Trail project is a bank stabilization. There, the river bank has failed significantly and is starting to erode into the trail itself. That project just received a federal grant of $200,000 this year to assist as well. That would simply be bank stabilization and some repair. The Browns Creek State Trail project is a large culvert rehabilitation. The Browns Creek Trail was built about 10 years ago, former railroad corridor. The culvert was inspected when built, and it was in perfect condition, so to speak, other than 100 years old. It has begun to separate over the last several years and is in a circumstance where it will cause the closure of the trail before too long. The good thing is it is a type of structure that can be repaired. So it is a rehabilitation. We have a project for the Gitchigami State Trail listed as safety fence replacement. Along our state trails, where grades, the slopes to the sides are steep, and there is a specific grade that we have to address. There is safety fencing provided for the safety of the user. Along the Gitchigami,
we need to wrap it up here. I've given you a few extra minutes.
Absolutely. And so the balance of the projects are really rehabilitation. And again, with the exception of the Crosby Cuyuna Lakes State Trail project, which is construction of new, everything is maintaining what we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions from Mr. Score? Yes, Senator Green.
Thank you. And this is I got a couple of questions, but the first one too is this project looked like it could easily be scaled if you didn't have the money. So that's one question. The other one is, how many new FTEs are you going to be looking at here? It says 7.5 on the paperwork, but how many of those would be new?
Madam Chair, Member Green, scaled, yes. Our proposal is provided to you in a prioritized list. So as one looks at the overall projects, the rehabilitation of bridges certainly shows as number one, but even that is scalable with 10 separate structures reflected. So overall, it would be simply with a scaled project, we would simply start pulling off the bottom, basically, because they are prioritized. The FTEs reflected really are identified based on what we anticipate external more than internal. I would not expect, at least at this point, and certainly historically, we have not added staff to implement the opportunities that the commission has provided. Acknowledging that this year with the legislative initiatives that the department received, that we are certainly beginning to look at additional engineering staff, et cetera, to cover the large opportunity that's been provided. But specifically for this project, those FTEs are really defined as external as much as anything else. So no internal staff at this point.
Follow up?
Yeah, just one follow-up. You had mentioned that you were having trouble finding contractors to bid these jobs, if I heard you right. Have they given you any reasons? Are you just not getting any bids? Are they having labor problems like everybody else? Was there a reason for not being able to find anybody to bid on the jobs?
Mr. Score?
Madam Chair, Member Green, the challenge has been receiving no bids, essentially, with really no follow-up. But to your point, it is an issue of, do they have the staff to cover the projects that they're bidding on? So we've had several recently where we've received no bids. So we step back and bid again, hopefully, hoping there's a better environment, changing dates, things like that to assist. But no basic explanation, but I would assume, as you have, that it's as much about labor as anything else.
Thank you. Our Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And kind of asking the alternative question that if you have to have higher bids to draw the contractors, with inflation and a year from now, do you need more money than what you're asking for? And then secondly, on the list of projects you have a list below the cutoff that you've provided as well, right? You've just prioritized the top, and there are others on the list that need to be done. Is that correct?
Mr. Score?
Madam Chair, Member Hansen, yes, certainly to answer the last question first, the need across the state trail system is substantial. So bridges, again, with your assistance, we have been able to address a number of our worst structures, but there are certainly more. In terms of high bidding and estimates, admittedly, we have tried to estimate anticipating moving forward. So kind of projecting out as best we can what that cost may be, but as you suggest, that is becoming harder and harder to do all the time. I will acknowledge that the division is supportive of these activities. So in most cases, we are providing supplementary funding to each of the projects regardless. So things like permitting, et cetera, may be done ahead of time or without LCCMR funds, just to retain what we can for construction. But it is a challenge. We are seeing 20 to 25% over the last 2 years. So costs continue to increase, but they have stabilized a little bit recently. So we're optimistic.
Okay. Commissioner Albrecht?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going down somewhat of the same path as Representative Hansen, and that is that I imagine there are a number of places that you haven't got on the list, and one of them is the bridge at Old Mill State Park. And I know that's been on the list for a long time. I don't think it's been repaired yet, but my question is, how long these I'm looking at your poster that you provided here. It looks like there are eight projects, I think. How long have these projects been on your list? Because it just didn't happen that, oh, in 2023, let's fix this, that, and the other. I think they've been on your list a while, but what kind of backlog do you have, Mr. Score? Thanks.
Madam Chair, Member Albrecht, the list of bridges for state trails specifically is about 400 plus or minus, as I remember. We have been addressing the bridges based on principally the inspection criteria, so the condition itself. So it started at the worst and kind of been moving down from there. That said, your question on Old Mill State Park, which is somewhat unique. Old Mill right now, it has not been replaced. It is on the department's list, and of course it's in a state park, so it's outside of this program. But there is a tie back to this program, that some of the bridge replacements that we have done over the last few years have been based on condition for the uses that we are placing on those trails, specifically snowmobiling. And snowmobiling, although the snowmobiles themselves aren't that big a deal, it is the groomers used to maintain those trails that have exceeded some of our older bridges for weight. Those structures actually for pedestrian use are still fine. So right now, the Old Mill pedestrian bridge, at least one of them, is scheduled to be replaced with a pedestrian bridge that we will actually be removing from the North Shore State Trail and transporting across the state and reinstalling in Old Mill. That state trail bridge is scheduled for replacement this winter, which means that bridge will be recycled and brought to Old Mill for installation in the next couple of years. So a slightly different way of addressing a unique circumstance.
Commissioner Albrecht?
Thank you. And so to your point, or to my point, I guess, there is a long list of backlog. And I think if we have the ability this year to fund your request, I hope that we do. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, team, last proposal.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. All right, we are on to proposal 273. It's in the CH category. Look on page 10, line 116. Nicole Porkney. I hope I'm saying it right. Did I say it?
Pokorny.
Pokorny. Thank you. You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of this committee. I am last, and I hope that we can have a great conversation. We are really excited about our proposal for the Youth Conservation Empowerment Project. My name is Nicole Pokorny, and I'm an extension educator at the University of Minnesota Extension Department of Youth Development. I have the proud privilege of being the program director of the Minnesota 4-H Outdoor Education Program, which is new as of January. We've been doing a lot of this work through many staff, and I have been able to build that program and become the first all 100% time of that program director. We really tried to write and explain as much as we could about this project in the narrative that you have in your hands. What I would like to really stress at these 5 minutes is the environmental problem that we're facing with youth, especially from diverse populations, is that affinity to nature and that deep connection. The Outdoor Trends 2022 report came out not so long ago, and it stated that currently 72% of outdoor recreation participants are white. If the outdoor participant base does not become more diverse over the next 30 years, the percentage of outdoor recreation participants in the population could slip from 54%, which it is today, to only 40% by 2060. And if not addressed, not only is that significant revenue loss for businesses and tourism and ecotourism in the state of Minnesota, but it's obviously less support for conservation efforts and taking care of our land and land ethics. So in our proposal, we have a research-based program model, that natural intelligence in youth work framework that we built and designed this project, which connects youth, engages youth, and then empowers youth to become environmental land stewards in a project of their choice, which we would walk alongside with them. So how we want to propose or address the problem is to meet the needs of today's youth for agency and environmental stewardship and build a long-lasting and action-based conservation ethic. Not only will it jumpstart this program, but Minnesota 4-H and our staff highly can replicate this program throughout the state shortly after this proposal of just under $70,000. We have 4-H staff that are poised throughout every county and local program and working with some tribal nations across the state of Minnesota. In our budget, you can see that there is a minimal amount of that 70,000 that would be for staff, which is a requirement that we have with the University of Minnesota as we submit different proposals and grants. So a majority of this will go directly to assessing the needs and delivery of this program to the youth to start out in Rochester and Winona, Minnesota with the ALCs, the Alternative Learning Center in both of those communities. Our staff are also poised right now to have those relationships. We have deep relationships with the Rochester one, ALC, and we've worked with them for over 8 years. They are excited about this project. Again, this theoretical framework of connect, engage, and empower would give that time and break down every barrier that these youth would have of getting outdoors, and then to really experience that stewardship. And we're hoping, again, with the replicability, that's not a word, but replicating this across the state with other, is it ALCs, if it's low income, if it's populations on, the Iron Range area, if it is, everywhere across Minnesota, that we can replicate this and be able to sustain it that way. Minnesota 4-H also has a wealth of volunteers, and with every volunteer that we train and engage, they reach over 100 youth during their time as volunteers. And so with that and the intentionality of our 4-H outdoor education program, we know we can be successful in asking for this grant to really jumpstart this project into that deep learning of outdoors. That is what I have for you, besides what is in your narrative that you have.
Thank you so much. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you for the presentation. I have a question related to recruitment, and Senator Green brought up an excellent point a few days ago in a proposal to encourage youth to use the boundary waters, and his point was that youth aren't really interested in the boundary waters, even though it may be in their back door. And I think it's a reasonable point with youth these days that there is an apparent disinterest in natural resources in the outdoors, whether they are youth of color or Caucasian. And I think it's going to be a challenge with modern society and the distractions of modern society to promote interest in the outdoors. And so I'm curious how you might consider recruiting youth that may have a sort of a natural disinterest in environment and natural resources experiences.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. In the narrative, we talk about this program that is put on by the Whitewater State Park, and these youth were recruited naturally from the areas of Winona and Rochester. And I was honored to be part of that. It's a one-day touch event. And this was a group of girls. They were ecstatic about canoeing. They were ecstatic about being able to shoot bow and arrow. They learned about the trout streams in southeast Minnesota. But then our research with Minnesota 4-H is that scaffolding of learning is a must of after that one day or that 1 hour of programming. And that is what we are trying to design in this program with 2 years, is that recruiting, they're going to be naturally within these 2 partnerships that we have in Southeast Minnesota, working alongside the staff at the ALCs, which we have those relationships with. And that time and breadth of this program allows them to create that connection in whatever way that is for them, whether it's art, whether it's the Boundary Waters and advocacy. And then that transformational learning theory in that second stage of engaging and getting them away to the chain of lakes. We were thinking more of the Chippewa Forest. We have a relationship with Campfire Minnesota up there, and being able to take them 3-4 days away from they're not their natural element, but it is their natural element in the cities from technology, and being able to have that 3 days of really engaging into the outdoors. And then that second or that third part is empowering them. And we walk alongside them with service learning techniques, planning, being able to offer mini grants again that they can help if it's pollinators. The Rochester ALC has a pollinator garden that slowly is just going away because they don't have that time or that effort of people coming in to talk to them about pollination and that connection to the food. So all of that would be part of that. And I feel like we can take that. That's why that's a 2-year program, and that we have had a similar program that I've been working with and having some very successful conservation projects at the local level that talks to them.
Thank you, and good luck with that. No further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Picorni, long time since I've seen you. Nice to see you again. I wanted to say I lend strong support to this, and I had actually a quite simple question, because when you say engage 40 youth, what age are we going to be looking at here? Is this middle school, high school, or is not necessarily? What do you got?
They are. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Madam Chair and Commissioner. Yes. Nice to hear you. I can't see you super cool, but nice to hear. The ALC and in both of these communities serve the older middle school and high school youth. And again, what we're finding out in Minnesota 4-H is that 6th through 8th grade is that sweet age of being able to present to them new information, to work through them. And then they have years again of guided experiences, whether from their own staff at the schools, or again, these youth would also become 4-H members. And so hoping to get them into community clubs or form our own community clubs that have this real connection with nature. So that's the age that we're looking at.
Great. Thanks, Nicole.
Thanks.
Other questions? Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Picorni.
Thank you so much. And I know you all put a lot of work in the last 4 days. So thank you for listening to all of us.
Thank you. Okay, congratulations. We did it. We have one action item. It is our work plan funded in the legislature in 2023. If you look on the legal size sheet, it is on the top, the city of Duluth. You want to talk about it? Director Nash?
Chair Gibson and members, this is another consent agenda item for you for your consideration. This work plan is ready for your review and approval if you see that as appropriate. So the motion would be to approve the work plan along with any contingencies and notes as shown on the spreadsheet.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Right. Any questions, concerns?
Did I sound like Chair Hanson right there? I mean, that was almost verbatim right there.
I don't know, the competition.
Oh.
All right, any questions, concerns? Oh, do we have to do a, yep, all right. Roll call.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her. Acom.
Yes.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer. Backer. D-stick. D-stick. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green.
No.
Green, no. Heinzman is excused. Collins,
Aye.
Collins, yes. Morrison,
Morrison, yes.
Morrison, yes. Moore,
More yes.
Moore, yes. Pikel,
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese is excused. Westrom. Currently, there are 9 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Motion prevails. Okay, Director Nash, you want to talk about those next two projects, the procedure here?
Member Gibson and members, we have 2 more work plans that we are working on getting ready for your review, and we'll aim to have those for you at the next meeting, July 20th. And then we'll be finished for the 2023 work plan.
Perfect. We are almost done. We have no public testimony, I'm assuming. Okay. Do you want to just go over, Director Nash, the next step, the evaluation number 2?
Sure, Madam Chair. So evaluation number 2 is due at 4:30 p.m. on July 12th. And getting those in by that date will help staff as we assemble all the results and turn it around and get it back out to you before, so you have a chance to review it before you meet on the 20th. I can go into any of the reminder of the agreement if you want me to. Otherwise, I think the last thing that we need to figure out is whether that meeting on the 20th is in person or not. I think previously it had been stated that the preference would be that that meeting is in person. But I think just getting a final read on members from that would be helpful.
Any thoughts on that?
Can you remind me the date, please?
July 20th.
July 20th.
Representative Hanson?
I think it traditionally has been in person. If we're making the decisions, we probably should be.
Okay. Yes.
I would echo
Commissioner.
that. I think it should be in person.
Okay. Any other comments? Anybody online there?
I have a question, Representative Backer. What time is that meeting on the 20th again, please?
Members, we would go from 9 a.m. and then depending on what other business we have, we don't know the end time quite yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? That's Seth Moore, Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, I would advocate to have the option for a hybrid meeting. I simply cannot attend on that particular date.
Okay. Any other thoughts? All right, do we? Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I know we had talked about that we would have an in-person option as long as at least 6 members could come. So we may just put out a survey to make sure that's the case if we have some people that are going to join remotely.
All right, but I think there's clear preference to be in person. We talked about it before. And no, not everyone can make every meeting. So we know that, and we have a lot of outstate people. So the important thing is to get your data into staff by the 12th at 4:30, by 4:30.
Firm, if I remember.
Firm.
That is it, firm.
Firm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever recall.
And everyone knows how to figure out, we put amounts in there, staff then will put all that data together. And your amount usually goes with your preference for the project. So. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. The meeting is